very upset with me in my constituency the other day because she said, why me not put her name forward? I said, well, it's only men I get. And then she tell me about her friend them wherever who gone on the program. I said, well, if you know how to get there, go. But I'm just saying, is there uniformity in how the recruitment of women is done in terms of the opportunities across the board for all 63 constituencies? So if you could start with those. I have 2 other sets of questions on other areas, but if you could address those first.
All right, thank you, member, for your questions.
You're a bench warmer, keep your mouth quiet, man.
Member, thank you again for your question. Let me put it into context. What the ministry does. So we have a modernized system, and we've actually implemented in the last 2 years psychometric testing, training, and other elements that have had a particular effect. What has happened is that there's more retention of the farm workers that have been sent overseas. So if you look year to year, there's actually an increase in the amount of Jamaicans that have gone overseas for employment, but there's an increase in the returning persons because of the effort of the government to better train, to improve our liaison services, and to make certain investments that are reaping benefit. Now, it is to be clear that the increase in the new cohort will come based on increased demand from the employer. So we have made significant investments, increased our offices and support through liaison service, not just for the farm worker, but in terms of the discussion and the dialogue with employers. We are heavily in terms of negotiations in, for instance, the East, Northeast in the US. And we continue to engage employers to see how we can not only have more opportunities, but also more opportunities for female farm workers. Because we understand the significant agitation for many of the women who want to go overseas. But let me say this lastly. There's the agricultural and there's a hospitality stream. There has been little to no request in terms of the agricultural stream. And there's a reason why. Not only does it have to do with us, but a lot to do with the weather systems and other things that have affected the agriculture development in Canada and the US. We all see and saw what has taken place in terms of the weather in the last 2 months. It has been frigid. Those things affect the demand for our workers. So where we're seeing an uptick and where we're seeing more opportunities in the hospitality. And I hasten to tell persons, you have to do 2 things, not either or, it's and. You must have the certification and the experience. And so we continue to ask MPs, consult with members of parliament, and say that when persons come to you, encourage them to go to heart. It is free. This government has provided opportunities that no other government has provided for you to have free skills training through heart, free training. And the employers now are aware of it, and they are requesting persons who have that certification and have the experience. We expect that in the next 2 years, we will see an uptick in opportunities also for females. We expect that because of the observations we are making of our partners overseas, and also the investments we are making in terms of that dialogue with the employers, as well as the preparation of our farm workers.
But Minister, I would say, if I think of the last 5 years, all the requests that have been provided are for men. We have been asked to provide any for women. So how would we treat with that? Because we all have women who would have had certification, would be willing, would probably qualify. What do we do? Because, as I said, and this is where we ended up getting cussing, because obviously there is recruitment taking place. People here, and then the women in my constituency accost me and I say, how come I can't go on the program? And when I tell them, say, I not get none, them think I lie, me I tell.
All right, so let me explain, and hopefully if your constituents are listening, they can get a better understanding. In the last 5 years, there have not been significant opportunities for placement of women. That's just the reality. The opportunities arise from demand. We have no control over what the employer seeks or requests. And for a number of reasons, we've seen stagnance in terms of the opportunities for females, particularly in the agricultural stream. So we continue to negotiate. The issue with the US is particular because of the lottery system that they have in terms of how they deploy H2B, and it's different from Canada. But the majority of the opportunities for females come under hospitality, which is in the US. That is where we are turning our attention and making our investment, where our liaison service is particularly focused on engaging employers, and where we think we're going to have more attention on what the Jamaican worker can do, including our females, and we expect to see an uptick in opportunities within the next 2 years. But for now, I want your constituents to know that it is not MP Robinson's fault. It's not the government's fault.
No, I'm tell him, say your fault.
It is, well, it's all right. I take the blame for many things. I take the blame for many things.
But
on a realistic note, it's important to note, members of parliament, that we want more opportunities. The few scattered opportunities that come are disaggregated. It's not coordinated. And we want coordinated opportunities for all workers, including our females, who are very eager.
But then, Minister, why not then say to us, take 2 or 3 or 4 each year, as you give us for the men, you might give us 20, 30 or 50. Ask us to identify 2 or 3, you put them in the pool, so when the opportunity arises, they can be recruited.
So again, it's all based on demand. And the reality is, put it this way, when you interview, do your medical, get yourself ready, and you stay in the pool for an extended period, what happens, what we have seen happen is frustration. And so even now, we are contemplating when do we call for additional persons. It has to be after we've treated with your 24, your 25 season of persons who are already trained, already ready, and are in the pool. So you may not have the request at the number that you're used to, because we don't want to bring on more persons while you have other persons ready and waiting. It is all going down to that formula of demand and supply. And those are things that we don't have control over, other than, save and except, the investment we are making in strengthening the dialogue and strengthening the understanding of what Jamaica offers. We actually go out and sell Jamaica. We sell Jamaica on the basis that it is through this government that we have increased and improved the system of preparing our farm workers. And we have seen the benefits that flow from having farm workers that are more prepared through the increased retention that we're seeing both in Canada and the US.
So can I have a commitment on the issue where you have a difficulty contacting people? Because when I have 13 out of 50 as no-show, and I then ask them, none has been contacted, just reach out to me or the office, and we will get in touch with the people. Because
I think that's an excellent suggestion, and when we meet, we have no difficulty with that. I can tell you that we make there is no special approach to contacting persons who are in the pool. If the numbers are working, we call. If the numbers are not working, we try. But I accept what you're saying as an option and something that we can take into consideration and implement.
Okay, all right, let me shift a little to the PATH program. About 3 years ago, you undertook a comprehensive reform of the system based on numerous complaints about how difficult it was to access, etc. I don't know if you have provided an update yet in terms of what the reform has yielded, because I must tell you, I find assisting a constituent to get onto PATH one of the most difficult processes that of anything that I have to do, right? So I'd love if you could tell me, based on the reform you have undertaken, what the process is now that we can direct persons. But I know people have to be visited by a social worker, and you may have staff shortages there, etc. But I must tell you, it is still too difficult for persons in genuine need to get onto the system.
So it's a matter which we intend to explore and have discussion on in the sectoral. I can assure you that there's no negative impact on the budget for PATH this year. Matter of fact, we intend to move some persons who are over 75 from PATH to social pension so they can access greater benefit. And that will allow us to have some space to have additional persons on PATH. The PATH review continues, and at the appropriate time, we're going to give the country a very comprehensive update on where we are. You know what has happened in the last year. You know what has happened in the last 2 years. But we continue the work in terms of the review, and we will provide that update.
All right, my final question relates to the National Insurance Fund. And I noted your comments about the performance of the fund over the last year. But I must tell you, I am concerned at some of the investments being made by the NIF in certain companies. When I look at the size of the investment, it is disproportionately large to the other investors. So, for example, I don't believe the NIF should be taking a position of more than 50% in an entity, a private entity. That risk for the fund, in my view, is too large. And I have noticed over the last 2 years in APOs, IPOs, and in some companies that there is a disproportionate risk being undertaken by the NIF in terms of the positions that it has taken, which leads me to question the strategy and the approach, right? Overall, I'm not questioning the, the performance of the fund overall, but, and I'm not going to name them, I could say to you privately, but there are some that raise significant concern for me, and I don't believe a government entity should expose itself that significantly in particular investments.
Well, remember, I respect your individual opinion on what is best in terms of the practices to be implemented. What our reality is that the fund has grown, the fund is strong, the fund has seen increase in net asset value, it has seen increase in net surplus. We have a clinical assessment in terms of the procedure that is utilized and how we identify, evaluate, and approve any investment potential opportunity that comes before us, whether small, medium, or large. And we have robust structures in terms of the assessment that is done for all proposals. We get smaller proposals, we get medium proposals, we get large proposals, and we approach all of them in the same very clinical way. What's clear is that whatever system we are utilizing has led us to a roughly $37.5 billion, 16.6% increase year over year from last year to this year. It has led us to an approximately $47.8 billion net surplus. And so it seems to be working so far. Chairman, I think that's it.
Yeah, man, that's it. Thank you. All right, the next person. Oh, Ms. Burchell, your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to your team. I want to bring your attention to page 40,013, which speaks to disaster preparedness mitigation, specifically Hurricane Melissa relief and recovery. I believe $10 billion has been allocated to assist with this effort. I want to know from where you are, Minister, if, first of all, if you're satisfied with the pace at which the housing support has been reaching those desperate families in the hurricane-ravaged parishes and constituencies. Secondly, are you prepared to give a commitment to Jamaicans who lost their homes and properties during Hurricane Melissa that they will be given some support from the government, whether within this $10 billion or from elsewhere in your budget, to help them to get back on their feet, whether or not they've been assessed as yet by the ministry team? I know that the team has been out there trying to assess access as many people as possible. But daily, I get reports from communities where they have not seen anyone yet, or they have not been entered into the database. So I know that there was a cutoff point. I want to know if you will be, that's not an MP's role, member. And, but Minister knows this, but he can brief you after. Right, Minister, so, yes. So responsible Minister Charles, can we give an assurance to those who still live under zinc roofs and tarpaulins that even if they are not yet in the database, they will be somehow captured by this 10 billion or otherwise? And also, second question, if you have not yet received a text message from the ministry for assistance under the roofs program, how long should you wait before you go to the NIS office for further instruction? Because the vast majority of persons have not yet received their text message. Thank you.
I want to thank you, member. This issue is beyond important. And I know as a fact that you are in a constituency that has been heavily impacted. And you, as a member of parliament in that area, would be laden with a burden that others might not appreciate. I want to say to you that the government has implemented, based on very deliberate and strategic decisions, a system that is accountable, is equitable, and that affords everyone that has been assessed and verified an opportunity to receive a benefit. It may not be under roofs, which is the $10 billion that you see here, but it would be a benefit under one of the 6 elements of the shelter recovery program, which includes the government-led repair, where JDF may go in and actually bring material, bring labor, and fix your roof. Once you have been assessed and verified, it is our intention that you will fall under one of those elements. Now the issue has to do with assessment. And I know that there are some persons who say they have not been assessed. And I say that in that way very particularly because when we do the assessments, a part of the verification is to send that listing to the spatial data experts for them to do an overlaying, what we call cleaning of the list. What we have found is that you have, for instance, persons who may have one name from one individual in multiple households, and that is not permitted. You may have the converse, where you may have multiple households, going under one. So one of the reasons for the delay is because of the process of the cleaning to mitigate against the duplication. And that duplication affects all beneficiaries. If you have one person getting more than they should get, then the others who are there to get cannot receive. All right, so we have a process, MP, and I want to assure you that it's a process which we have gone far and wide in trying our best to get as many persons assessed as possible. For those persons who have not yet been assessed, the process is closed off. If there are unique circumstances, we ask them to write to us or to write to your members of parliament so that you can get to us. But in large part, we are now focused on addressing the more than 98,000 households that have been assessed, and to make sure that those 98,000 households are verified, they go through the process of cleaning, and that they can receive their benefit as quickly as possible. Several persons have received benefits so far, but not the large part. And let me tell you why. We have had a $10 billion initial allocation to treat with the persons who at that time were between about under 70,000 household assessments. We have been able in a month to go more than 50% in that disbursement, which is 5.5 billion 222 million 325 $100,000 being dispersed to households that have been assessed and verified. We have much more to go, but again, it is a process. It's the same staff that do the assessments, are the same staff doing the verification, the same staff doing the disbursement. So we ask for patience as we move quickly. And in context, lastly, I know that you're under pressure. You are under pressure as we are under pressure because constituents want and deserve that benefit now. I want them who are listening to understand that in other countries, it's taking 3 to 4 years for completion of disbursement. In Jamaica, we have started, based on instruction of our Prime Minister, within 2 to 3 months, and we have almost half the initial allocation within a month. So we are on our way. Again, I will never use the word, yes, those 5.2 have received their code, their text message, their prepaid card in different modalities. For some. But those are issues also that we are working through. It's the first time we've ever done it this way. We're trying to become more efficient. With that efficiency comes some issues, but we're working through making the adjustments as we need to make sure that we can get this benefit to them as quickly as possible and they can utilize it in the best way possible.
All right, members, we are into our second presentation. We have gone almost 2 hours now, heading that way, over an hour and a half. Minister Charles, and we are 2 hours and 30 minutes behind our schedule. What I would suggest, members, for the questions that are remaining, and Minister, I'm going to ask that the members ask their questions, and that Minister Charles, you take all the questions before you answer, because answering individually is delaying our process. So, and sometimes somebody might be asking something that your answer captures it, but they still ask it again. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 persons, five persons. Minister will make a note. If you do not hear your question answered when the minister does his complete answers, then you can, then you can raise that it has not been answered. So we're going to take, Chair, we're going to take all the questions that are remaining. Minister will make a note, and they will answer them all at once, so that we don't do the break and come back, right? If there is, if we're doing this, members, hold on, members, we're doing this now because we're on the end. We're not saying that is the approach. I'm saying now that we've reached over the time, we're doing this. So we will, when we start again, the opposition spokespersons have their latitude to get their answers. But where we are now, we're going to take these 5 questions, give the minister a chance. If he hasn't answered any of them, we will come back. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Making reference to 4001. Minister, you began by extolling the ministry's commitment to protecting the most vulnerable of our workforce. Are you aware, Minister, that hospitality workers that are employed on 3 months and 6 months contract will have to reapply for their jobs by May. What measures are you considering to discontinue this practice and protect contract workers from exploitation, ensuring they receive fair treatment, benefits, and job security?
Good question. Good question.
Member Gordon.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, good afternoon. I invite your attention to page 40,000-2. And I treat specifically to social security and welfare services. Minister, there's an increase of 65% on your revised estimate 25-26 to deliver those services. My question is, do you have adequate staffing to respond to those emergencies? These fire, death benefit, poverty alleviation support. The reason why I'm framing the question like this, Minister, we serve vulnerable persons in the inner city, and they have fires frequently. And it takes days for a response from your social service workers. Hence my question. That's one. Two, I also invite your attention to page 259 of the public bodies. And I'm dealing specifically operating balance capital account, whereas there's negative on your unaudited 24-25, there's negative on your original. Should I assume that that original mean actual? And then your projected 26-27 is also showing a negative. So is it then that you're overspending on your capital budget? What's the answer?
Member Shaw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I need some protection.
I have a question.
Minister, I take you to page 40,018. I'm sorry. Thank you, Chris. The public assistance support, where it has moved from $1.7 million down to 635. And I have my mathematician here, I'm not embarrassed to say. I consulted him. Based on the UN report, no, I did my research. Based on the UN report, 55% of the population cannot afford a healthy meal. Based on UN again, a healthy meal costs $6 US, 42 cents. When you divide it by, now I just give you the background. When you divide it by 157, when you multiply, it would cost, in essence, $1,007.94. With the advent of Hurricane Melissa, that devastated at least 5 parishes, Minister, and with less purchasing power, wouldn't it be prudent for this area to be increased? My second question, My second question, Minister. I take you to page 40,020. I notice there is an increase in the amount. No, I notice, Minister, that there is no increase in the part beneficiary. And I refer again to the 5 parishes that have been devastated by hurricane.
No increase in part?
No, no increase.
None at all.
And this is one of our most vulnerable grouping, Minister.
Families within that group. Not even that.
This deserves an immediate answer.
Yes.
This party.
Turn off your mic and answer. And I will yield for him to answer this. Tell her to turn off your mic. The one before. Not you.
Yes.
Turn it off.
Oh.
You spoke already?
No.
Did you ask
No.
a question?
No, that's
I have
it.
one short question. One short.
Minister, the list of beneficiaries or persons who have benefited on the roofs, will we have access to that list? Will we know how many persons in the parish? Will we know who benefit and what they've benefited from? What? I'm asking if the list of beneficiaries on the path, will the MPs know the persons who have benefited? Will we have access to this? It's about transparency because persons are asking, they see the headline that Hanover got $333 million in benefit. And so I have to answer to the constituents of Western Hanover. Who are these persons? Because persons have been coming and saying that they have not gotten a message or a benefit. So I want to know. Roofs, I'm sorry, roofs. My apologies. Path is on my mind. On the roof. If we're going to have access to that list of beneficiaries on the roofs. Remember, I'm new and in the kitchen, so I have to represent that over 1,000 voters that sent me here for questions from Western Hanover.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I want to begin by expressing gratitude on behalf of constituents for the collegiality and your responsiveness. I can't think of a time when an issue has been raised with you personally that you have not responded promptly and as favorably as circumstances allow, and even for your team. As you know, Minister, the work of government is beyond personalities. Systems require system drivers. And while I believe that at the central ministry, the approach is always helpful, the feedback that I get, and I know that it is not unique to me, is not the same for some of the parish offices. And as a result, the people who are to be the beneficiaries of the programs are sometimes reluctant to approach the offices, and instead they all descend on the office of Member of Parliament. While we understand that the office of Member of Parliament is very often the first point of contact with government, government is not a one-man show. And the office of Member of Parliament is not the recipient of all of the programs and projects in government for the people. In relation to the assessments for Hurricane Melissa, which are done through the ministry and in particular through the NIS office. I just want to put on record concerns that have been raised, and I don't know the prevalence of it, but for each person who experiences it, it is going to be the world. So the allegation is that the field officers would go in and they would go and inspect a specific premises, even when other premises around them are obviously destroyed. And it would make sense to bring to the attention of that part of government that is responsible for the work. And there is also the concern that at some parish offices, the impression is given to intended beneficiaries that they are more a nuisance than someone that is intended to benefit from the sums that we are about to vote on under the various heads. And so I'm bringing it to your attention in this forum to ask that in the new financial year, that all persons who are discharging the functions assigned to the ministry be mindful of the vulnerabilities that Social Security is intended to address. Having said that, I share the concern of the member about the flatness of path. In the aftermath of the hurricane, I went to one of the schools in my constituency, and for the first time, I had an explanation from the principal about the gap in the allocation. Now, I appreciate that the budget ceiling is set, and all of us have to appreciate that there is not a lot of room to whittle at the very top. But I was wondering, Minister, as I heard your response to a question on disabilities, that there are numerous benefits and programs scattered across the budget, whether there could be some realignment, because the truth is that many of the intended beneficiaries don't know whether they can benefit from more program at once that deal with disabilities, for example, that deal with education, for example. So one of my questions is, for the many areas that fall under different activities that are designed for the benefit of a particular profile of beneficiary, can they access the benefit from more than one program at the same time? And also, the second question, which I'll just end there, is how, so my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, for those students who are beneficiaries of the program for advancement through health and education path, they get an allocation for lunch money, and there is a per diem limit. The information I have from the schools in my St. James West Central constituency is that the per diem allocation is not sufficient to afford them a full meal for the day. I don't know if it is true, but that is what I am told. And so I'm wondering, how is the sum arrived at? And since it overlaps education, so how many students are registered who qualify? Because we do have the full number of students who are registered in our education system. And then how is the sum determined for those who benefit? What are the criteria? And the last part of the question is that even though even though steps have been taken to improve the registration of eligible persons for the PATH program. Guys, all of us meet the pressure of our constituents. Every one of us. Whether you're on the government side or on the opposition
Member
side.
Member Malahoo Ford, just continue with the question.
Madam Chairman, I really want to know on behalf of the constituents, how is the sum arrived at and what consideration is given to the nutritional content of the meals? Who monitors and where in the budgeted programs we have the cost for that work? A lot is being spent and a lot of people can be better helped. But I believe that there are some concerns, and I know the minister and his team are well intentioned, but systems require more to work effectively. And we're now in the aftermath of a hurricane that has devastated many lives and livelihoods. And so the reliance on the state is even greater for those beneficiaries. And we would do an injustice to the people if we do not minimize their woes, minimize the bureaucracy, and maximize the benefit.
Thank you.
The next question comes from Member Campbell, and listening to Member Malahoo Ford's intervention, Minister, I'm not permitted to ask questions, so I'd ask you to please note.
Well said, Marlene Malahoo Ford. Well said. Don't let her rant. Well said, Marlene Malahoo Ford. Marlene Malahoo are the best thing I said since the ear start out of your mouth. The best thing I said since the ear start out of your mouth. Juliet.
Thank you.
Dirty bungle, go one side.
Welcome.
Move your blood clot and go.
Yes, we miss you. They were misbehaving when you were not here. Yes, yes, they were misbehaving in our absence. Two questions. Minister, the first question is around the Solidarity Program. What is the update for those of us who have had a Solidarity Fair in the constituency in terms of the people receiving a benefit? Persons would have come out and they would have signed up, and they are currently asking for an update, and we are unable to give it to them. So through you, Madam Chair, Minister, if you could give us an update on the Solidarity Program. The second question is around the roofs program, and it is a matter that I have tried to get some resolution to. I think the roofs program is the best help that has gone so far to persons who have suffered, for them to receive $500,000. However, people have gotten $500,000 and are being asked to pay $100,000 out of it for transporting the supplies. So it seems as if there needs to be better coordination in how they obtain the relief items. So somebody that is in the hills of Betheltown, hold on, remember, what is happening is that how the hardwares were selected, I think we should have at least one at a central location in each constituency. Because what is happening now is that somebody from Betheltown has to journey to St. Elizabeth or journey to Sav. And so even though they have gotten $500,000, because they have to travel so far to get the items, the transportation costs is taking out a significant portion of what is intended to be a benefit to them. And so ideally, one location in each division would be best, but at least one at the most central point in the constituency. So those are my two questions. Thanks.
There being no other questions, Minister, you may proceed in responding.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. All right. We have had a number of questions, but I'll start with the top. In relation to the hospitality workers, question from MP Perkis. Let me just indicate that the hospitality sector is a very labor-intensive sector, plus it has seasonal fluctuations depending on what's taking place in the partner country. Therefore, the use of the fixed-term contract is at some point in time, in some circumstances, appropriate. It's understood. However, we are working to improve the quality of the contract, the terms and conditions that are applied, including duration and protection, which is required for the parties. So yes, contracts in the hotel industry is an area that we continue to focus on so we can strengthen it so that there can be the flexibility and convenience of that contract, which many employees prefer, while also seeing the protection for those employees who are enduring the unfortunate use of those contracts in a negative way to exploit them. And we acknowledge that that is done in some circumstances. So there's a balance in how we intend to do that, not just to discontinue, but to inform and to raise awareness and increase knowledge. In terms of the question from MP Gordon relating to the increase, I want to, well, there's an increase of 65%. Do we have adequate staff to respond? We'd always want more staff. But as it is, the structure that we utilize is sufficient to address the issues, and where necessary, we do look on additional support. However, we acknowledge the need, and we have made it public that we are going through a review of the public assistance department structure and the organizational structure with the intention, member, of strengthening the capacity of our staff, increasing the number of social workers so that they can be deployed in a much more effective way. So we are doing what we can with what we have, and we have already advanced our intention of increasing staff and restructuring for greater efficiency. In terms of the issue relating to NIF, I want it to be clear, member, you spoke about 259. The capital account reflects the expenses that are incurred during that period. And so it would be presented, you'd often see it presented as a negative balance, but it's to be understood that it reflects the capital expenditures incurred in terms of the effort to improve on the fund's long-term assets. So don't see that negative balance as being a negative on the fund. It is a negative balance because in terms of accounting, as you would know, it appears there because of the investments that are being made for us to deploy our resources and assets in order for us to generate the long-term value and support that is needed for us to have a sustainable scheme. And as I said before to Member Robinson, when it comes down to the NIF, looking not just on the rationale in terms of how we operate, but looking on the outcomes, whatever we're doing, and whatever the opinion, we have been able to provide this country with positive balance, increases, and sustainability. As it relates to Member Shaw and her question, 40,018, I understand the concern you have, but I don't want you to, I say this not for it to sound in any way derogatory, but just to bring to your attention that you have assessed, you have read it inaccurately. When you see the approved estimate and the revised estimate of 1 billion under the awards and social assistance, it relates to the 1 billion that was allocated for solidarity. So the difference between the previous year and this year does not reflect as a reduction in nominal terms. It's just a one-off allocation that was made last year for a program that was explained in the introduction. So the awards and social assistance has not, in general terms, been reduced. I hope that explains for you. In relation to what I'm saying, member, art. Let me explain to you. You have referred to 25-26. You've referred to 25-26 as being 1.6.
Minister, are you sure it was not understood?
She says she's confused. So I'm going to explain. In 25-26, you're seeing here 1.6 billion. For 26-27, you're seeing 600 million. And you're saying why the reduction? And I'm explaining to you that in real terms, there's no reduction because it was a one-off 1 billion odd allocation for a solidarity program that was intended to be executed in that year. All right? And not repeated. So there, in general terms, nominal terms, there is no reduction in the awards of social assistance, save and except that that program, which was not intended to be repeated, is no longer in the allocation. All right. In terms of the path, let me assure you that, again, there's no government that has done what we have done in terms of increasing path. And I'm so glad for the questions coming from members.
You for just tell the people them say it was a by vote thing. Just tell the people them say it was a by vote thing, man. And stop go around the corner. I remember we know it's a by vote thing, you know.
All right, Chair. All right. So, again, let me get back to it. So, in relation to path, I can assure you that this government has implemented significant increases. We're the government that moved it up to an estimate of $10 billion for path. Now, I'm very glad to see our Minister of Finance also chairing, because we have all intention in the supplementary estimate to ask for some increases. The reason why we are waiting on our review, remember, for us to be able to have a structured submission for increases, but it is our intention, and for your knowledge, the path increases are evaluated in 2-year periods, and we're at the period now for that evaluation. Once that is complete, we will utilize supplemental as an opportunity for us to apply for our increases. All right, moving on. In terms of roofs, the question was raised by one of the members as to whether or not you can get on the list. Yeah. And Chair, just to give a very short response, yes, members can receive the list, but we are also assessing data protection issues to make sure that whatever information we provide to members, which I think is relevant, so that members do not have duplication in terms of what they utilize out of their own CDF, so that whatever we provide does not in any way offend the law or offend those regulations. So we are providing, as it is now, as much summaries as possible, and we continue to do that. All right, moving on to the issue from Member of Parliament Malahoo Fort. The first issue was more of a comment, so I will respond by acknowledging, noting, and thanking her for the comment. In relation to the school feeding, I have heard the issues that have been raised. I've also heard the concern of the chair. These matters, however, have to be posed to the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, as school feeding is within their remit. What the Ministry of Labour and Social Security does is we collaborate with that ministry to provide the list of students that are within the cohort of pass. And the allocations and the formulas used are all within the remit of that ministry. So I hear you, we understand the concerns, but I'd ask that you direct those issues.
Minister, when you're through, I'm actually going to direct it to the Minister of Finance, and there's a reason. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security provides the listing, and social workers monitor the beneficiaries and the recipients. For the path benefits related to students, the Ministry of Education executes in terms of providing the meals. And then the Ministry of Finance provides the funding. I'm not sure any of the ministries now take responsibility for auditing and tying this together, this tri-circle type arrangement that benefits individuals doesn't necessarily have a place now where you now have a full assessment of the total amount the government spends. For school, let me give an example. If $1 billion is used for the year for feeding program, are the children really getting the meals? Are the bills for the part feeding program for rice and chicken and the juice that they actually get at that level? For other benefits is the same. So I'll put it to the Ministry of Finance that ultimately the three ministries, which would include education for students, but others for other benefits provided by Labour and Social Security, as raised by Member Malahoo Fort, would need to make sure that there is some audit and analysis done to determine if value for money is being received.
So, Chairman, just to cauterize the discussion so that we don't extend a conversation that is not really within this remit. It's not even the Ministry of Finance. Let me just give some support and guidance. In relation to the cash grants for families, it's the Ministry of Labour. In relation to the school feeding program, it's the Ministry of Education. And in terms of anything to do with
Yankee, big up yourself, you know, Yankee.
Ministry of Education.
At my phone, I look on the comment and pan the shit off from me, so I see comment there. So I watch it not do it blind. My phone, I charge. Big up yourself, Yankee.
Consistent effort to revise, improve. That's part of why we're doing the review. We acknowledge that there are issues, and we are feverishly moving forward in trying to make sure that we complete, conclude, confirm what the new versions will be so that we can avoid the issues that you have commented on. But again, just to say, it is the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information that would have the responsibility.
And big up all over here with me around Walla Vibe. See it. Big up on yourself to hear that.
If I could just complete my responses, because I gather it's going to be a
Member Malahoo Fort just wanted to make a comment, and Member Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your intervention. And I thank the Minister for his clarification. However, the PATH program has just under $10 billion that we're to vote on, and that is in the budget of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I do note that nothing is under the school feeding program, so I guess that is why the minister is indicating that the school feeding is under education.
Yes. It's not in our budget.
I'm sorry?
The school feeding is not.
It's not in your
the budget,
right?
For the Ministry of Labor and Social
Right.
Security, so you will not find it in anywhere in terms of the pages or objects.
Understood.
Come under the Ministry of Education.
Understood, Minister. Not to belabor the point. What I was saying is that for the students who benefit from the PATH program, there are concerns that have been raised. And I believe that we would do ourselves an injustice if those problems are not addressed, whether they are to be addressed tripartitely through among the three ministries, but government is government vis-a-vis the people. And while I do appreciate that the way government is arranged, the responsibilities are assigned in portfolio, this just under $10 billion in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security would have to be dealt with within that portfolio. And then the related matters would have to be dealt with collaboratively with the other ministries.
Just to indicate, Chairman and member, and I have made reference to it in multiple occasions, this government acknowledges the challenges, we acknowledge the issues, and we have implemented a review which is comprehensive. There has been some delay based on, we know what has happened in the last 2 years with 2 hurricanes, but we continue to press ahead because we know the challenges that families face, that students face, that are relating to PATH, and we collaborate with all of the relevant ministries, even outside of the Ministry of Finance and Education. There's the Ministry of Health that we also collaborate with to make sure that we can design a program that is sufficient, that is efficient, and that is effective and responsive in achieving its goals. So all that you have said is understood, it is acknowledged, and it is this government that has already started to address those issues.
Minister, I was hoping you wouldn't have answered yet, just to hear from Member Crawford what his comment was.
Yeah, well, I'm happy the minister answered, because unfortunately I have to disagree with you, Chairman, and concur with the minister that the appropriate placement for the school feeding program is at section.
That means all of you missed the point.
Well, one of the great.
So it is not just the school feeding program. Member Malahufort wasn't speaking to the school feeding program. I use that as one of the examples.
Yes.
Just to say the benefits that persons on PATH get. You would have portions under the Ministry of Transport, like the transportation cash grant that is given for students. So
that's actually under education as well.
Yeah, so if they have it under transport or education, no,
right.
I don't know.
Right.
Right? But it is really finding a collaborative way of assessing all these persons who are depending on the social services,
yes,
which start from the ministry.
Well, Chairman, I'll remind you that we don't discuss policy in these meetings.
No, so it's not
what
policy.
we discuss is the header and the number. The header and the number for PATH is found appropriately in the Ministry of Education and, and by extension.
Audit, a recommendation for audit
yes.
is not policy.
Yes.
Okay, a recommendation for audit is not policy. Thank you.
Where was Member Crawford when I needed him before?
A recommendation to just audit. So value for money is not policy, it is proper. Go ahead,
that intervention
Minister.
would have been useful 2 hours ago, Member Crawford. But again, I want to thank everyone for the interest in the issue. I think we all understand where it resides. We appreciate also the concerns regardless. But again, let me just assure you, the government acknowledges it, and we're doing what we can and what we must to create a program that is effective. Let me move on quickly to the issues from the last member that was raised relating to solidarity and roofs. And I just want to make it clear that the solidarity program was never intended to be an easy program. We know it's a program that would take time. It is a program that has seen a number of system challenges because of the mechanism being utilized to upload and to deploy what is a very new and evolving digital platform, which requires a lot of refining through what was the eGov, which is now ICTA. And so there have been some disruptions caused from our hurricanes as well, but we continue to press ahead, and we have addressed majority of the challenges and developed a structured stabilization strategy focused on clearing the backlog and the strengthening the validation controls. Remember that this is a program not like any other. Before, persons who did not have documentation, Chair, just couldn't get on to a program. Now, through Solidarity, we take the time to collaborate across government to get them onto the program. It takes time. But the goal of this program is not just to provide $20,000. The larger goal, and the point must be made for members, is for persons who get onto Solidarity to receive the short-term benefit of the $20,000, but the longer-term benefit of access to the suite of government services depending on their unique and individual issues and circumstances. So we continue to push forward. Again, thank you, member, for the question. I know that there are many persons listening on. I want to assure your constituents it's not the members of parliament. And we're working with members of parliament to make sure that we can move ahead as best as possible. In relation to the roofs program, I want to just indicate that the program is one, as I said before, that is one element of 6 elements under the shelter recovery program, which means not everybody will receive their benefit under roofs. However, for those persons that are within the remit of that element of roofs, we do appreciate that as we roll it out, there are some challenges, particularly, for instance, as you mentioned, with the list of hardwares and with just the operation, the logistics of getting the goods. In terms of getting the goods and what you pay, that's an individual matter. We have recommended to persons that they use grouping and other methods to reduce costs. But it is our intention, and we have started the process, member, of expanding the list of hardwares and other relevant stakeholders so that persons can have within closer proximity the necessary stakeholder or partner for them to be able to advance their redemption. We understand that there are issues, and as we go through, we do assessments on a daily basis, and we will be improving and onboarding more persons as best as possible. And I know that you have called and other persons have called, and we will do what we can to expand that list. I think that's all, Chair. I want to thank all members. I want to thank all who have listened and participated on behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Ministry of Labour and Social Security and put head 40,000 pages 1 through 24 and head 40,000 C pages 1 through 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We will next take
We thank the Ministry of Labour, and we invite the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce, led by Minister Senator Orbin Hill and State Minister Delano Sivright. So we will now be considering head 53,000. We do expect that this will move quickly.
Yeah. D to the R and the L.
Dummy on the beat, so it's a banger.
Oh, them so thief. 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 Tough gun a thief, bombas a thief. Julechi a thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief. Babsy a thief, Harishang a thief. Whole ministry in the party a thief. 1 PM make us a blood clot thief. Pay corruption, all police and soldier thief. Jamaica something wrong. Millions and billions, the whole of them a thief. Now them want raise tax, make the Highland grieve. When the boy look a poor man get the squeeze. We a march to a king's house and go down the street. 80 million per market me. Then I saw home girl, look a pussy sweet. No bed no in on the hospital. Panic concrete, me see the patient. Them asleep. Them a chop right, them a chop left. 1.4 beef for the bus. Shit bag, barrel. Remember you try thief, put barrel. Kill Diana, stuff sharp man in a barrel. Melissa money come Jamaica pussy whole service. So no take can give them. Who no know we nah no us, we nah no tough a thief, bombas a thief. Julechi a thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief.
Be repetitive in your responses. Persons are required to listen. So when minister is responding, you're required to listen to the response. The mechanism we have been utilizing, Minister, in the interest of time, is for you and team to record all questions asked.
So what we will do, Chair, what I had indicated, that only comes into play if we go over the allotted time, right? So if we keep the questions and we keep within the time frame that we've allotted, then we have no challenge. What I would suggest also to the minister is to keep his introductory remarks as brief as possible so that we focus on the questions, and as the chair says, let's keep the questions to questions. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Minister. You may proceed. Minister Orvin Hill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Better? Good. Members of Parliament, thank you for having my team and myself here. I'll introduce them as, to my right, Honorable Delana Seabright, Minister of State, the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce, very sure. Mrs. Sansia Bennett Templer, Permanent Secretary to my left. Mrs. Rosalie Phipps, who is Principal Financial Officer, will be behind us. We need a principal. No, she is the Shelley Leon, a company's office of Jamaica. She's the CEO. Dr. Cliff Riley, who is the Director General of the Hazardous Substances Regulatory Authority, Ms. Farah Blake, who is the CEO of the Cannabis Licensing Authority, and finally, Ms. Latoya Wright, who is the Director Management Accounts at the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce. At the Ministry, Madam Chair, we seek constantly to encourage, facilitate, enable, and sometimes regulate businesses. As a business ministry, we look after all businesses and investors, but we have a particular focus on small, medium enterprises and emerging entrepreneurs to help them to get into a more not so much regulated, but formal association in doing their businesses. Because of Melissa, Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, appointed the minister and myself to stand up businesses, and we've gone out and done that with generators and funding and fixing. Unfortunately, because of the tremendous demand on the budget, you heard just before me, my colleague, Minister Charles, has been out there, already spent over $5 billion of the 10 that he's been allocated. We're in the process of being allocated to get money to stand up those businesses that up to now, families or friends have not been able to help them to get back on their feet. Because of the budget process, we're going to have that money soon in the new financial year, but it's a work in progress that we've been working on, and the assessment being led by Dr. Riley from the Hazardous Substances Regulatory Authority, HSRA. He's leading that for us. Clearly, Mr. Harold Davis from the JBDC is in there as well. And we were able, right after the hurricane, to get 221 volunteers from our businesses. All of them very qualified, very experienced, and we've been out there doing the assessment. So with that, Madam Chair, I will take questions.
Members, questions? Member Hilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, let me thank you and your...
No, Member Hilton, we are almost 4 hours behind. I actually missed the decision made that it is piece by piece, but when this is finished, I'm going right back to it because we're past midnight already based on where we are. So I would encourage that we just go to the questions and we will sweet up Minister outside.
Well, we're going to have a battle here, don't we? All right, let me see. Thank you, Minister, for you and your formidable team. Minister, I want to start first with the public bodies book.
Yes.
Because the context in which we appear here today is, and you mentioned the post-Melissa dislocations, and the critical role of the agencies listed in the public bodies book, I think is well accepted and understood. The Bureau of Standard, the NCB, JANAC, National Compliance Regulatory Authority, and Exim Bank. These are all critical agencies. How they function or not will determine how we address the mandate for the ministry, which is in large part to assist in the recovery and growth, sustained growth of the economy. Minister, I made some observation in just going through the public bodies book. And one of the observations I make for pretty much all the agencies is that I've looked at the fees that the agencies are charging and the compensation for direction and management of those agencies. Because in one instance, you're talking about the revenues, and the other hand, you're talking about the cost of sales or doing business. Minister, could you explain why in almost every instance, except, I believe, except one, JANAC, there is nothing in there about the compensation for the executive team or the directors? It's almost everyone except
I'm going to take your word. My team is going to check that to be accurate, but I'm going to take your word as is. Usually at the end of each year, the submission of the annual report comes to Cabinet, comes to Parliament, and in there, the compensation for certainly the CEO is there, and the financials of the public body would also say what it is. If you have a more specific question as to a particular body, I'd be happy to try and answer that for you.
Minister, I wasn't hearing the question at all, Member Hilton.
You can
Which
take
page
them.
are you on, Member Hilton, from Public Bodies book?
Yes, Public Bodies book, page 232, 237 onwards.
please.
Here I'm specifically on page 240.
That's better. That will help us.
Page 240 on that one, and page, it's all of the four agencies, excepting, as I said, JANAC. There's nothing for the compensation of the executive, and as you rightly say, their budgets are sent in previously, and the budgets, other aspects of the budget are in the book, except the compensation. It is there for the ancillary for the supervisory staff, but not for the executive.
Give me a second, member. Okay. While it's not on the page that you mentioned, the complete salaries are included in the administrative salaries at the front of the book that we're looking at, and all the details are there. I remember going through them, and I can tell you.
Yeah, can I just suggest, Minister, it would be for good order, for transparency.
Yes.
Because you break
Minister,
out
have the team look for it, and so that we can
They're-
give a more
they're-
fulsome
and
answer.
we'll come back to
Member
that.
Hilton, you go to your next question, and then they come back to it. Could you have them search for it in the interim?
We'll come back to it, MP.
Next question, Member Hilton.
You're not going to manage me like that, too.
No, I have to
You're not
manage the
gonna-
proceedings,
you're not gonna
Member
manage me
Hilton.
like that.
So they are allowed to
I'm
take
here-
some
I'm
time
here
and
to
go
query-
and check. So
I'm
I'm
here to
asking you
make
to
sense
move
of
to
the
your
budget.
next statement.
I'm here to
your
make
next
sense of the
question.
budget for the Jamaican
Nothing
people.
is wrong with that, Member
Yes,
Hilton.
so-
So I'm asking you, allow them the time to
Minister-
check and move to your next question, and then they'll go back to responding.
Minister, my next question is as to fees charged. And I use, for example...
Before you go on, we're checking only one that doesn't have it, and it's BSJ. The others have it, but we'll come back to
No,
that.
it's not just one.
Okay.
One has it, the others don't.
Go ahead.
So fees, operational fees.
Yes.
Take a look at page 238, and this is a theme.
230?
Public Bodies Book, page 238.
238.
On the Bureau of Standards. And the fees there are significantly increased. That's what the book says. So last year it was 375, 85, and this year is 523 million.
Yes.
That is expected. So my question is, Minister, what accounts for this significant, this is not a small increase, it's a significant increase in a time when we're in the post-Melissa recovery stage, and your task is to stand up businesses Will this aid the businesses or will this hurt businesses?
I must tell you, member, a significant amount of investments have been done. I mean, since I've been coming here, I remember we bought one piece of equipment was for $40 million, and that's for testing gas.
Yeah. When I was there, we got grant for that, EU grant.
Can I just finish?
We got grant.
Please. We purchased additional material. We had to wait, in fact, a long time, come from the United States and elsewhere. But we have investments like that. I have been to the BSJ. We see what we do with blocks. We've had to put in new investment to test blocks because there's a lot of comments and complaints against blocks. So the investment had to be made. And member, I have to mention to you that all this is done in a market environment. If people didn't see value in what they're paying for, they wouldn't pay for it.
Sir,
and
we're talking about the post-Melissa
I am talking about the post-Melissa and a lot
standing
of
up business. So the market will take care of that.
and a lot of buildings have been done post-Melissa.
Okay.
A lot of gas has been sold, and so I must say that we run a market economy, and we listen to what the market says. The investment was made, and we believe the fees were fair.
The fees justify
the fees were fair.
Okay, the market.
Yes.
The market determines the fees.
No, we say what the fees are based on what the market will require.
And just to make the point, I mean, the Exim Bank, for example, just look at the Exim Bank, 253. But I'm saying, with respect to fees, again, the fees have been increased significantly at a time when businesses, especially the areas for which you're responsible, which is micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, are very challenged.
What you have missed, member, is that the Companies Office of Jamaica, we've gone through and cut those fees, tell me the others, to cut those fees right down sometimes to nothing, because we know what would have happened and what was happening. It's not the only agency that we looked at, but Companies Office is it's on my phone every day. Somebody WhatsApp me about it, and we respond. And so we knew what was happening at that time, and right in our first meeting after the 28th of October, soon after that, we cut all those fees. So it's not that we just raise fees. We raise fees where services are provided. In the case where small and medium-sized micro people will be affected, like the Companies Office, we cut all the fees almost to nothing. So
and they're not affected by Bureau of Standard and Exim Bank and the others?
The Exim Bank, for instance, after Melissa, we gave tremendous amount of runway for people to repay. If you had to repay, it was stretched by a year, and made sure that it was available. So we gave other benefits that came.
Let's move on, Minister. I think the point has
Thank you very much.
Point has been made. Yeah. Minister, I am not clear in going through all of the documentation. What is the loan value or the target of the loan value for the Exim Bank? The Exim Bank, as you know, is critical to the export, to your mandate to drive export. What is the loan value targeted for the Exim Bank?
You may remember, Member Hilton, that the announcement was made, public announcement was made, that the Exim Bank, it did make sense for the government to have two institutions like the DBJ and Exim Bank. And the discussions are very advanced to make sure those two entities come together. So the loan book of Exim Bank was really run down. It had a very pressured net worth. We have a very large cross-border loan and an international loan that was not put on by the
So, Minister, the Exim Bank can't really help the MSME sector in this moment.
Indeed, I must tell you, Member, that because of the impending merger, the DBJ, we negotiated $250 million right after Melissa to help those very same people who we stretched their loans, reduced their fees and costs, and found $250 million to help them.
Sir,
so that's the answer.
Let me be clear. The last time you were here, when I sought to ask about the development bank,
yes,
you told me that's a different ministry, and I couldn't ask you a question.
Yes.
No, you're not answering my question. You're pointing me to another ministry.
No, I'm not pointing to another ministry. I'm telling you about a merger of two government-owned.
The merger has not happened.
On two government-owned.
merger has
I'm
not
telling you
happened as
why
yet.
the loan book has been run down. This is something I run for a career. I know what I'm saying.
Minister,
That's not relevant here
no
today.
need to repeat, Minister.
That's not relevant here today.
No need to repeat.
You need to answer the question.
Member Hilton.
Next question, sir.
Well, you have to start answering them.
Well, I just told you
In
that
the
they're going to
interim,
merge.
Member Robinson, you're next. It
No,
allows-
wait a
no,
minute.
it allows
I'm
Member
the
Hilton
portfolio
to look
minister
for
of a
his next
series.
question. It allows Member Hilton to look for his next question.
No, I have my next question.
You have your
but-
next question, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Julian, go ahead, Julian. Go ahead.
No, because I'm
Finish your
allowing them to,
questions.
so that they move a little faster.
Finish your questions,
Go ahead,
go
Member
ahead.
Hilton, if you're ready with your next question.
Minister, let's go to the MSME.
Yes.
Which is a key responsibility for your ministry. Where were you in the review, the policy review that is being undertaken of the MSME?
The policy review is ongoing. It's well on the way. We're looking at some policies that have to be changed, and the MSME portion takes, it's fair to say, almost the majority of the time in our ministry.
So it was designed.
Because of the importance in the economy.
Yes,
and
that's
so
what I'm
we
asking you.
and so we spend.
Minister, I just asked for the review. Where are you in the review? If you answer my question, then we can
It will be
shorten it.
it will be finalized this year.
So it will be something will be tabled this year?
We expect it to be finalized, go through cabinet, and be tabled this year.
Minister, part of the challenge you face, and I think the country faces, is that we really have to, in the light of the dislocation
Yes.
and the data on what is projected for economic growth, we really have to have an ambition to drive growth, and this sector have to play a critical role. I think you can agree. So when you have a target, your objective to have an additional 1,000 little bit of businesses formalized by 2030, not this year, 2030, another 4 years, this year another 4 years. Is that an ambitious number for formalization of the MSME sector?
And let me just tell you that the draft of the MSME revision is completed. As I said, we're going through the process, and we will get that done this year. When the formalization of businesses, member, unfortunately, cannot be done just by the ministry. We have to work sometimes overtime, long time with people who
So
many times.
are you agreeing that is not a sufficient number?
I am agreeing that we're going to work very, very hard to get it. I tell you, when we're doing some of these things that we did to stand up, when we go to people in the country and they're denuded, their businesses are denuded, say, oh, you're coming from the government, they're going to start charging us taxes. You deal with all those things, and it takes time to get them to formalize and say, oh, no. We're not doing just to charge the taxes. We're doing this so that when the government wants to help you, we know where to find you. We know where to
Minister,
get the
you
help.
can help me with the answer. So I asked you a simple question.
And I've responded.
No,
I have
you're
responded.
in a roundabout. Is it 1,000 plus for 2030 a sufficient number to formalize for the sector?
I am telling you that we have to set a target. It's not easy. We're going to work to make sure we make it as effective and fast as possible.
But is this an ambitious target?
That is my answer.
Is this an ambitious
It
target?
is a clear target that we believe in.
It's not ambitious. All right. Minister, your other mandate is in investments.
Yes.
another critical mandate. You have projected in your document that by 20, I think this year, I think JAMPRO would have identified 35 investments. There's no value to those investments, just a number, just a number. Minister, again, as it is in all of your ministry, the growth target rests a great deal on what this ministry does. Investment being one of them. Is 35 investment and none of them, and I see no value addition to it. Right? This estimate for 26, 27 is 35 investments, project confirmed by JAMPRO. What is the value of those 35 investments? What is the estimated or the projected value?
Could you refer me to the page in the budget?
Page 21.
You have in the budget?
Yes, in the budget book.
All right. Give me a minute, sir.
53, page 21.
For instance, we have 285 linkages contracts that we're looking at, in which we expect to have significant investments, while my PS and or technical people look for the numbers.
In keeping with the chairman's query to me, I asked a global, what is the value of the 35 investment targeted for this year? Because that matters, it's not just a number.
All right.
We need to know what the impact is or the value is so that we can know what is going to drive the growth target.
While they look for it, I'm going to go to the Special Economic Zone Authority, where I do have in my brief right here with the number. We know how much we have brought in year by year for the last 2021 to now. Last year, for instance, we brought in 66 million. The year before that, 65, and these are US dollars.
Minister, I saw that in the review. In the interest of time, I saw that. So my question wasn't geared at that. My question was geared at allocating a value for JAMPRO and the investment.
All right. In the case of JAMPRO, for 24-25, the target was 22.1 billion, and capex. We're looking at the new numbers for 26-27, and we have.
Is that Jamaican dollars or US dollars?
No, the 2.1 billion would be US dollars.
Well, it helps.
Remember as well that a good part of what JAMPRO does, JAMPRO has been one of the handholders, the main handholders. In fact, I met with the chairman of Tavistock Harmonization this week, and he was extremely praiseworthy, and I think you met with him as well, of the work JAMPRO has done, and that is bringing in over $1 billion, and that this page is going to US, and this page is going to go into the ground later this year. The launch was last year. I met with
Minister Chairman,
yes?
can you help me? I've asked pointed questions, and I'm getting long rambling answers.
$1 billion is not an answer.
No, I've asked you specifically for that $1 billion is not for this year, is it?
$1 billion.
Is it billion?
Yeah, it is.
It will come in this year.
We expect
it will be spent
to
this
start
year.
this year. You don't spend $1 billion one year.
You can't. So
not in the size of this economy, but it starts this year.
So, Minister,
yes, sir.
If you answer the question and tell me that among the 35 that has been listed here for 25, 26 is $1 billion. You answer the question, we can move on. We don't need a long story.
But I did answer it, and
you
you
go
still.
into the story
I
and I'm
told you
saying it's not.
2.1, and you weren't satisfied.
Anyway, Minister,
I told you 2.1, my MP. Please.
And stop. Minister,
Sir.
The access to the financing for the MSME sector.
Say it again.
Access to the financing for MSME sector.
Yes.
So whether it be JB, whether it is Exim Bank or it is the Development Bank, the perennial problem that the sector has is linked to what I asked earlier about formalization. And the fact is that even where there are grant monies involved, the MSMEs can't access it because they have to answer 138 questions to answer it. And so the grant which is aimed at preparing them for loan portfolio is not even being taken up and addressed. So how are we going to resolve that problem?
That's a very broad allegation. I know, for instance, that the Biggie program and others like it, the DBJ does have grant, and sometimes they issue the grant. Sometimes they might actually, I'm not sure, they might ask AFIs to do it. But there is, when you get grant money from an international financial institution, they expect you to be transparent and accountable. You can't just get, it's their taxpayers' money and they want accountability. So DBJ has to follow a
Minister,
process.
I'm just asking, please, I'm just asking if I'm pointing out what the challenge is, and I'm asking for the solution. You can't repeat the problem to me.
The challenge is...
No, I told you what it is. I'm asking for the solution. Minister, I'm asking for the solution.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, tell me what the solution is.
Thank you. The DBJ runs a lending organization. It is not a granting organization, and therefore has to follow particular procedures. And that's one of the reasons why we in the ministry are working so hard to get so many MSMEs to become formalized through the Companies Office of Jamaica and elsewhere. But you cannot have a lending organization that just distribute money because people hear there's a grant. So the process has to go through. This is not...
Minister, you're not educated.
Let me finish, if you will.
No, but you're not answering my question.
The issue, the DBJ is not in my ministry. I will work with them to find a solution, but I can answer that broadly.
You're not aware of the problem. You're not aware of that problem. The ministry is not aware of that problem.
I've answered the question. I said we're working with the MSMEs to make them more formal so it becomes easy for them to get the grants and the loans. That's what we do.
All right. I'll continue because...
Thank you.
So, Minister, part of it, of course, is the enabling environment that the MSA
Member Hilton,
have to function.
I'm not hearing you at all, though, Member Hilton. If you can speak up a little louder.
Minister, I'm asking the question. The enabling environment that's part of the problem for the MSME, the whole environment, enabling environment. And the question I posed to you earlier about them not being able to transition or to where the loans, the money is available, but they can't access it, addresses again the issue of their advisory and how you prepare them. So the JBDC is a critical entity in that. I look at what has been offered to JBDC, and I'm not impressed with the numbers that they have to assist those entities so they can prepare themselves.
Member Hilton,
I put it to you,
not asking a question,
MP, I put it to you, member, that your question is really not entirely informed. Yesterday, I was at the Pegasus with the JBDC launching a program that will be spending millions of dollars on getting MSMEs digitized. We have another program with a grant from the EU for $100 million that we have been getting or MSMEs digitized and formalized. We have 425,000 MSME businesses in this country. About 17% of them are properly formalized. It's a lot of work to do, but JBDC, you're right, is doing the work. But you do not change that kind of history overnight or in a year or two. So we are working really firmly at it, and I'm very, very sure that you're going to see a lot more MSMEs being formalized so that they can benefit not just from DBJ, but from the normal, formal commercial banking arrangements in the country.
So Minister, both with respect to both JAMPRO and the JBDC.
All right, Member Hilton.
Madam, I'm asking
Member
my question.
Hilton. No.
I'm not asking my
Member
question.
Member Hilton, you have actually consumed the entirety of the budgeted time for this session, which means that the questions now will be collated. Which means the questions will now be collated. So the way you're asking the questions, you're getting some long responses from the minister as well. So the minister is promoting the work he's doing, even if it is that he's not directly speaking to a line item in the budget. So both of you are having a good time with the type of discussion you're having. I am asking you, Member Hilton, get to the question, and to help the rest of the members here, direct them to the budget page that you're speaking of and the line item in the budget.
I've been doing just that.
No, go to it. And I can't even hear you, so I'm not sure if you don't need to sit closer to the mic, because I'm not hearing you.
Every page, so you must not have been
All right,
listening.
go to the page. That told you more than once I cannot hear you, Member Hilton, more than once. I'm not sure if you are also having a hearing problem down there. Can't hear him.
So, Minister, I'm going to relent. I'm not relenting. Minister.
I'm listening, MP.
Page, I pointed to page 5318.
5318.
Yeah, of the big book, not the public bodies, central government book. And the indication that the areas for export, invest, and promotion services are listed there. And in that, you have business process outsourcing, you have manufacturing, you have logistics infrastructure. Where are we going with the business process outsourcing, Minister? AI is acknowledged to be a challenge. What is a transition plan, if any, that the ministries have?
What is a budget question?
No, but
what is a budget question, Member Hilton?
Madam.
No, Member Hilton, you have gotten a lot of latitude, you know.
Madam
you have
Chair.
gotten a lot of Member Hilton, respectfully, you have gotten a lot of latitude. You have gotten a lot of latitude.
Madam, they've given a target for investment for JAMPRO, and I'm asking, how is that target going to be met? JAMPRO's is indicated that these are the areas of investment, and the areas for investment are the areas that are in problem. So how is the target? The credibility of the point is what I'm getting at. So I don't see what is the problem. How are we going to get the answers?
What is your concern in terms of the budgeted numbers, Member Hilton?
I've said it, the budgeted numbers are not credible. They gave 35 projects. We asked for the value. They were telling me the value. I'm asking for the sectors for promotion. Yeah? No, Minister.
Member, let me try and.
I have a challenge with the reasoning, because the member is saying, and I'm raising a point of order that is inappropriate for the Standing Finance Committee. The member is saying that the budget is not credible and asking the minister to respond to an opinionated statement that the budget is not credible. That is for the budget debate. That's not for Standing Finance Committee. It's highly inappropriate. It's not that's not a question fit for the committee. That's an opinion. That's an opinion. Has he done has he presented the Standing Finance Committee with a data analysis that proves
it's very clear at
with empirical data that it's not credible? He has not. He's wasting the minister's time.
The minister respond. The minister respond. Why you need your protection? You have your one minister. Yeah, man, the minister need your protection.
I see you've arrived.
Minister.
Yes, yes, MP.
Maybe this one is palatable to everyone. Special Economic Zone.
Yes.
Authority. Very critical agency.
Just direct us to the page and the line
Page
item.
5319, for those who want to follow. The
line items.
That's the page. That's the page with the project on it.
Page. So I'm just asking you to direct us to the items of concern.
I'm listening.
The question is with respect to the numbers. For the compensation, it's 482. That's an increase in the numbers. There has been, and it is known that there has been changes at the management, changes in the authority, and the numbers. So the question is does it represent the full complement for the ministry, for the agency, or it represent the full complement of employees for the company?
That is here?
Yeah, for the SEZ, yes.
I would, is this a full complement? We have, no, the simple answer is no, it does not.
It doesn't. What is the shortfall? Or is I expect it's a shortfall and not a surplus.
Well, about shortfall of what?
No, in the number, you say it's not the full persons.
We have, I think we have 69 members at the authority.
And what's the projection? What are you projected to employ? What's the deficit? What is the deficit?
The deficit of what, sir? I don't understand the question.
No, you said ask if that's a full complement. You said no. I said there's a shortfall.
Here, we have 69 members and all their and the number.
We want to hear what's happening, you know.
The
There's a private conversation taking place. Tony, we want to hear it. It's a very interesting.
Member, we generally would not account for the full complement here. We give the Ministry of Finance, the numbers that are not yet filled, and it's out of that we get the budget that you'll be seeing here.
Minister, the MSME, we talked about how important that is.
Yes.
There is the opportunity to operationalize in the SEZ authority the MSME participation.
Yes.
Is that being focused on? And
It's absolutely being focused. I'm glad you asked that question because for 10 years, the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority has had to obey, if you will, the OECD rules of joining and establishing a special economic zone, as I'm sure you're aware. That period of time comes to the end in June this year. After that period, member, we then have a lot more latitude to devise new arrangements, new policies. We couldn't do all we want with MSMEs because we couldn't bring them in because of various things. So right now, the management at GESEZA and the ministry are looking at how we're going to make those changes, not just for MSMEs, but also actually for investors overseas, because it has been tying our hands, and we're looking forward to that freedom of time in the middle of this year.
Member Robinson.
Thank you. 3 years ago, the government, through the former Minister of Finance, Nigel Clark, announced the establishment of a $1 billion film fund.
Yes.
Can the minister indicate how much money has been disbursed in the fund and how many recipients there are?
I'd be very
Minister
pleased
and
to do
members,
so.
while you're searching, write the questions down.
Yeah, man, but I want him answer first.
Yeah, follow up.
Yeah, man, I have 2 more questions.
No, yeah, follow up on this one.
Yes, well, depending on the answer. Yeah.
Member?
Go ahead, yeah.
The announcement indeed was made for $1 billion. Yes, we went through the process of seeking people who would be interested in the film business. We got over 400 applications. We narrowed it down to about 209, and we ended up at about 90 that we have decided to fund. We use the money to fund, one part of the money, part of that first money actually went to the Bob Marley movie that was made here and it was launched here and so on. But others have now come to benefit. We, through the great assistance of, frankly, Minister Williams, she knows that I corner her quite often at cabinet and say, please, my film fund, and she was really gracious to have the rest of the money come in. We needed a 523 million more. Out of that, we've disbursed 315 million, or 31% of that, and we are moving really, we were waiting on the money to move faster, member, and JAMPRO and the management and the board are very excited and working hard to make sure we distribute the money, again bearing in mind that we have to be transparent and accountable for every penny that we spend, because we cannot refund any of that money until we get the audited statements from the movie producers that the money has been spent and we can verify.
So your answer is 315 million has been disbursed out of the 1 billion so far?
So far, because we only got $500,000.
And how many recipients, or if you want to categorize it by productions or films?
I have 31% of the money disbursed. I can tell we have another 89 remaining awards to be paid. The amount is 564,804. Right now, I can get the details for in a minute of how many were covered under 350.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it if we could get the specifics.
In a minute.
The second question, the ministry undertook to do an economic impact assessment to determine how to measure the value and the economic impact of the cultural and creative industries. Can you indicate what is the progress on that? That started, or it was announced 2 years ago. And I asked within the context that it is a largely informal industry and we have not been able to accurately measure it.
Member, you're right. This JBDC has been looking to do that work. I do not have those numbers, but by the end of the day or certainly
but
by tomorrow.
JBDC is here, right behind you.
Yeah, I know that. So we will get you the information either later today or by Monday.
As to where the process is, because the part of the challenge with measuring growth is you just don't know the impact of that sector. And it is largely informed. My third question is a comment and a question. We talk a lot about the MSME sector, and when you look at the categorization, it's up to 425 million annual turnover.
And those are World Bank numbers.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. The problem in Jamaica is that the M and the S, the micro and the small, get left out because of their size and their informality. So many of the programs, while you may see a large number in terms of loans disbursed, etc., micro and small, by and large, are left out of that. My question is JBDC adequately resourced to provide the support for micro and small? I ask within the context of, for example, monies that come from the DBJ under the Gemini program to provide support and assistance for MSMEs to access loans. But it is so difficult to even complete the 138 questions that the M and the S can't qualify. So what are we doing particularly for the M and the S so that they can access more of these government programs?
I'm going to split that question in two, if you don't mind, member, and I'm going to answer the first part this way. In the past 2 years, we've probably had about 10 or 12 road shows that go to the M and the S. We ask them to come up with their ideas, come up and bid like a Shark Tank. And at every show, we make sure we give out 500,000, 300, we might give 4 or 5 of those, and encourage them, get them registered. We take all 20 agencies with us. So company offices there, we get them to register in the company's office. If they need something tested at BSJ, BSJ is there, we get them to test it, no charge to them, and so on. So we have gone out to them and said, these are our clients. They're not coming, when I used to run the bank, they're not coming to the bank. They're not coming to no ministry because they need to be able, we need to go to them. So we've been doing that all across the island, not just 5 parishes. Here's the other part. GBJ has a new CEO. I've been working very closely, the whole ministry, and I know finance as well, but I'm not going to speak about that. We have been working very closely with Dr. Lowe to make sure the programs that his institution is offering can get more to MSME. And I think in the near future, you're going to see a lot more close-up public collaboration between our ministry that has the direct responsibility for the MSME and the DBJ that has the funding for it, which we don't have. And we think that we're going to make an important inroad, and it will be not private, it will be quite public. So we're looking forward to that.
My final question. When I look at FDI inflows over the last 10 years,
yes,
we are about between a half to a third of what we were 10 years ago. FDI inflows have a direct correlation on growth. What are the new strategies or approaches that are being employed by the ministry to bring our FDI levels back to what they were about 10 years ago?
A good deal of what we've done, Member Robinson, is to take our business missions abroad. FDIs are not just going to come here. And remember now you're competing with some of the biggest and most efficient economies across the world. In our region.
But respectfully, that has been done for the past, from 20 years ago when I was at Jamper.
But you are asking me.
No, I'm asking
so
what new?
I have to answer the question you ask. So if you don't mind. I know what you're saying, but if you don't mind, let me finish. So what we've done is we make sure, and the whole roadshow, the whole business of taking business people with us in numbers to places to invite investment in has never been done in the way we've done it. So we're looking at the fact that in 2025, FDI exceeded $1 billion, the highest since 2007. And we're talking US here. And when we know, I've spoken to a number of people in the building of houses section, and investments coming in from England, from elsewhere, to make sure after the minister they're finding solutions. I know at least 4 of these companies bringing significant amount of money, and that's just the housing construction.
What's your projection for 26, 27?
I'm projecting in that era at least a minimum. I would think of about $2 billion US dollars would be coming in when all these things are set in. And
so you expect to double what you did last year?
I would expect to double what we're doing.
And you would attribute that exceptional number to hurricane rebuilding efforts primarily?
Only, there's another thing, there's a legislative change that I'm sure you will remember. The LPPIA, the long-term projects for pioneering.
Yeah, man, I know about that. Yeah.
Those you have to come in for $1 billion, and we have some more that are lined up to come in. And I'm pretty sure, member, part of what is enthusing them is the fact that a great deal of half of Jamaica has to be rebuilt.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Minister, just allow us some time to change the battery in the mic. We will now take questions from Member Russell. After that is Member Gordon.
No, Newell.
And you're mic. Sorry, Member Newell first, then Member Gordon, and then Member Jackson. Minister, you're directed to write the questions down.
Man, yesterday, turn on that Madrid. Turn it down. I'm mess with the volume.
No, you have to wait for the mic, but they have their mic, so in the interest of time,
Take long to charge it though.
Member Newell, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Chair.
If you will, Chair, if you will just let me answer one question that I promised Member Robinson I would. The issue for the creative industry is completed. The studies we've gotten through, payments are waiting from Staten and so on. So it's almost done, and we will be publicizing it shortly. JBDC is on it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Member.
Thank you, Chair. Page 53,007, activity 1246. Policy and facilitation. Minister, in 2021, it was indicated that draft social enterprise legislations were ready and would have been submitted to the Chief Parliamentary Council. Can you give an update on whether we can look forward to that in this coming fiscal year? That's one. Two, the Cannabis Licensing Authority, page 53,000. Can you update us on what will be done to bring smaller players on board in the cannabis industry? There's been a cry from smaller players who feel enough isn't being done to get them on board. And finally, page 53,018, the International Financial Services, activity 1150. Can you give us an update on just the results of the work of that body, just to give a feel of whether we're getting value? Because for several years, I've been hearing about the work to bring to convert Jamaica into an international financial services center. And I don't think I've seen much in the public in terms of the results of that work.
I'm going to go in reverse order.
Sure.
I'm glad for that question, I'm happy to answer it because, member, from where I sit and the knowledge I have no doubt that with 3 million people and or per capita GDP where it is, we're not going to be a major manufacturing country in a very short period of time. We're going to build our manufacturing, but it will take time. Where we can go is services. And so the International Financial Services Authority has been geared up. But we live in sometimes a complex world. For a lot of the time in the past 2 years, we've had to focus, for instance, on FATF. We had to get off that gray list. For your information, MP, you may very well know, but while we were on that gray list, not €1 could be transferred by a bank in the Eurozone to Jamaica because we were on the gray list. So it was vital for us to get that cleared off by OECD. The GIFSA, we are looking to provide services, high-level legal services, high-level fintech services, high-level services and the healthcare business through the special economic zones. All that is being done, but we have to take it sometimes consecutively and not collaboratively to get there. But GIFSA, we hope by the end of this year, you will hear the announcement because we have to go through the legislative process that will tell you where we are going to be, because there are a number of things that we have to do in between before we get there. And so we're looking for the end of this year to have GIFSA properly well established to get it done. The second question was the CLA. CLA actually, member, is a quite easy one. We have worked on this for 2 years to get it in place. I took it to Cabinet recently, and we had it approved. Basically, what we are seeing is that it allows for the authorization of holders of, irrespective of license type, to apply for an extension before the expiration of the license. It's one of the big things that was there. CLA is now empowered to issue identification cards to employees of authorization holders and allow for the transfer of employees from one license holder to the next. In the past, Delano has a shop, I have a shop, I have a business, but when his business is done, that employee couldn't be transferred to me. We've changed that. Right. So you have the card, you can move. So mobility of workers is important, and they really wanted it. The cultivator's license period has also now been extended from 1 year to 3 years. So it's much more convenient to operate. Regulation...
Sorry, Minister, just in the interest of time, I was asking what is being done to get smaller players into the industry.
Smaller players. All this. In the fence height, for instance, we drop it from 8 feet.
Traditional growers, for example. Yeah.
This is all for them. We did all that to help them.
Right. So I can understand how someone with a current license would benefit from an employee being able to transfer.
And you understand
I'm asking about new players who would want to regularize, would want to get license, but see the barriers to entry as an obstacle.
The barriers have been reduced. New for Part A, this provides an average of entry into the regulatory regime for traditional small-scale farmers. That's the one I was going to read next, so it was right there, who are facing financial constraints by allowing for the non-renewable grant of a permit for 2 years with the option to extend upon application. So all these, no fees for them. So all those fees that Member Hilton had mentioned about something else, this is what the government has been looking at, and it's done, and it's effective.
Draft social enterprise.
Yeah, the market determined that we had to change them.
Yes.
All right. Brought it up to me every year.
Draft social enterprise legislation.
Members,
that's the
social enterprise.
Members, again, we're going to proceed as we have 2 more questions from Member Gordon, Member Jackson. We're going to ask that the Minister take both questions before attempting to answer any of them, and then answer the questions en bloc, and that will be the end.
Yeah.
But my first question was not answered.
The social enterprise is with the AGCs, going through the process, almost there.
Member Gordon, and then Member Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I want to zoom in on growth.
Yes.
Your SMEs, 90% are involved in trading.
Member Gordon, go to your estimates of expenditure, just to keep all of us abreast.
53,016. Trade facilitation. Trade.
Yeah, man, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. You still say Yankee, Lauren, big up on yourself, you know. Delroy, big up on yourself, big on the whole works, Black Beauty, big up on the whole owner, you hear that?
Your SMEs, 90% of them are in trading, which would put pressure on your currency. Is there any plan or any strategy looking in the future to reculture them, to get into businesses that will allow them to export so we can earn foreign exchange rather than pay out foreign exchange?
Remember, you were given some instructions by the House leader. No, you were given some instructions by the House leader. Your next question, Member Gordon.
Okay. Again, I continue on the growth path. The projection for growth in 28-29 is 1%. the projection in the following fiscal year, the Minister of Finance is looking to 4 to 7% growth. It is my considered view that the SMEs will have an integral role into achieving that growth projection. So I'm asking, will adequate funding be available to them to facilitate retooling so they can expand their businesses away from trading into more productive output?
All right. Let's
Minister,
go.
you're going to take all of Member Gordon's questions, and then you're going to take all of Member Jackson's questions, and then you're going to answer them. So you're noting them.
And we are, we are, Madam Chairman.
And I said
Thank
it.
you.
So when he responds, if something requires follow-up, then that will be facilitated right thereafter. All right. So Member Jackson, Member Gordon, you turn your mic off and on again, so it is in the queue with Member Jackson ahead of Member Jackson. It's Member Jackson's time. Turn yours off. Member Jackson, it's your turn, Member Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister,
I fuck the shit talking now. This a girl, that girl just too much metal, man. Andrew Bigfoot girl. I don't get this a blood clot Bigfoot just and they'll come like up on with too.
Or 53.
Boy, feel mother must feel mother on curse. Andrew mother curse. The boy now get this a blood clot destruction coming up on with. The womb curse. Blood clot. Drunker them, dirty bunger them.
Carefully the answer you were giving to my colleague, because his question related to what I had in mind. He asked about the traditional ganja growers, which is very different from the small, medium-sized licensed growers. Years ago, the CLA commenced a program called Alternative Development Program, which was to be a pilot in 2 areas, one in St. Elizabeth and one in Westmoreland, as a precursor or a reference to bring the non-traditional growers in the formal regulated system. So my question is threefold. One, as that program to bring the non-traditional growers. In other words, the Rastaman, them and the others who used to run from police, right? I know that the industry is formalized, they have been left out. I would want one, has that program been abandoned? If not, where it is and which communities or groups are on it if such program has been operationalized. Number 2, as it relates to the long outstanding regulatory changes for the licensed growers, some of which I heard you made mention of. I don't know what are the slate of regulatory changes, and if there's such a slate of changes, have the stakeholders in the industry been notified of those to come? And to the extent I heard your answer to say that is there now, I'm unaware that such has been conveyed to who they will relate to. Now, the licensed stakeholders, you meaning CLA, have email address and contact source for all of them because they are regulated by you. So as it relates to those provisions in it, I heard you made mention of one about the workers, the cards and the ID, which has something been lobbied for, and that is commendable that it is there or it is being addressed. The other one is the licensing period for cultivators from 1 year to 3 years. I believe ideally it should be 5 years, right? Why? From a business perspective, when you have to go to financiers, whether formal or informal, to have a reasonable period of time. But indeed, 3 years is far better than 1 year. And my question in that regard, where that provision is now in force, how do you transition? For example, current licensees for 1 year, does it automatically go over to 3 years? Or is it that they have to renew again in the same old way for that 3-year period henceforth? My own opinion on that, Minister, if you change the regulation and formalize them, and they would have satisfied all that you need for licensing, for regulation, then you should just extend the expiry date down to the 3 years from the effective date of the regulation. That brings that into place. So I'll hold on those for the time being. But lastly, though, in that regard, though, Minister, and I can't fathom in my mind, how is it that you are going through a process of regulatory changes to improve the industry, and those in the draft stage of what you plan to do, you don't engage the stakeholders, but you do it after and then tell them what you decide. So, well, I will tell you, and just for disclosure, I am one of the stakeholders and I wasn't advised of those.
Next.
Yes, you may comment.
Next question.
No, that's it.
That's it?
So then you will respond.
For what? For what? For these? Yes. The issue, though.
These are being included now in the legislation with new provisions to bring these people into the.
When I have 1 year, can I just extend it for 3, or I have to reapply?
No, you'd have to reapply.
Okay.
This law provides for 2 years, and those 2 years are free of fees.
Okay.
And special entry permits. So the community people, right, 3 or 4 can get together and.
I'll come back to that. I remember that. All right. Member Jackson. The first issue that I'm going to address is the Rastaman issue. The way the law is written, and I know you know, because I know you know this thing very well. It's actually not my ministry that handles that aspect of the cannabis arrangement in Jamaica. It is actually the Ministry of Justice that handles that. And I speak to Minister Chuck about it often. I cannot answer that without checking with him, because again, the responsibility is not with us. But there are 2 things that you raise that is important. One, the interim regulation and amendment is at the printing office. But there are 2 new types. One of them I read to you already, but one that is important that the member from St. Mary finished his question, but I can tell you now what it is. New Part 11B, this allows for traditional small-scale farmers to enter the industry through an organized community group. Now, this is very important. Registered under the laws of Jamaica and approved by the minister to cultivate on up to 10 acres of land under similar terms as above. In other words, a community group could be 3, 5, 10, 8, but you can't cultivate on more than 10 acres.
My viewers and subscribers, look for that woman there on his side. You see her there?
So,
or if you have Garlene pan cowback. You know that Garlene look thick skinny and look like Garlene pan cowback.
To make it work for the community. And of course, many of these small persons that I read before, we're giving them what in Jamaican term we say a blight, but a pass, in that they don't have to pay fees for the first 2 years. So that takes care of the formal part, the traditional, let's say, religious part of the activity of cannabis. I'll have to check with Minister Chuck and get back to you.
So hold on, Member Jackson. Have you finished responding to all the questions?
No, I haven't.
All right, so finish, and then Member Jackson has a follow-up.
All right, what's up? Yes. One of the questions was about, given that we have to grow and the high growth rate that the Minister of Finance in the second year after this, that she's looking at, are we making sure that the resources, in this case funding is what was said, is available? We are, through various facilities at what will be by then a merged Exim Bank and DBJ. DBJ is a much more, a much stronger institution that can handle that. They're carving out arrangements where MSMEs have an issue of going into normal banks to go get this. So arrangements are being considered. How do we accommodate them to make sure they have the resources to grow? And a corollary to that issue is the export issue that I think your colleague just behind you asked about. Since we have been doing the MSME roadshow and so on, every single one of them, Gillette, Cox, Kelly Dawn, Hamilton, Harold for sure, because those are his people, and all of us get in there and say, the moment you start a business, whether you're doing sauce or whatever else you do, make sure you think about how do you export. Many of them have started to export and have been successful. I give you an not only export but expand. What's the name of Mrs. Muncy's business? Home Choice. Went with us on our first trip to Guyana at the end of 2022. We lose Miss Muncy for about 3 days. She and her son come back, have a brand new business, establish a partnership. When we went back 6 months, all her vans were branded, and she was exporting to Guyana and having a business growing, and she's exporting to the United States and elsewhere. That's just one example. So we have many MSMEs that are now looking at exports because we tell them the story. 3 million people in Jamaica with our per capita GDP is not enough for you to get rich, and we wanted to get rich. Look at exports. So we're carrying that issue, member. And the last question, yes?
Minister?
We did, that was just answered. What's this?
Minister?
That's
no.
it, Chairman.
You have follow-up questions from Member Jackson and Member Gordon. And Minister, please keep the responses succinct and tight.
Yes, ma'am.
Minister, respectfully, you have responded, but you have not answered the question I asked.
Which question did you ask that I didn't answer?
I asked about the traditional growers, and what you gave me as a response does not speak to the issue. And let me go again. You spoke about the Rastaman. I was not speaking about the Rastaman in the context. I referred to the Rastaman.
Oh,
as
you
the
did
grower.
refer to the Rastaman.
Yeah,
Okay,
I did.
Good.
But the answer the response you gave is in respect to the sacramental growers. The Rastaman who grow the cannabis for is sacramental use, which is different from the traditional growers who may or may not, but they are in the business of cannabis cultivation. That was what the Alternative Development Program was supposed to speak to. Whereas the general licensed operators, the capital requirement to get licensed is very high. And the program that started in the CLA, the ADP program, was supposed to carve out an arrangement that is less costly for them to operate like the regular registered growers. So what you gave as a response did not speak to those particular issues, which was what the member from Central St. Mary was referring to. So my question still stands, and I ask it directly, Minister. The
Hey, Fitzjackson, big up yourself, and I love how you deal with it, my boss.
Which I believe in my
I
mind.
love how you deal with it, you deal with it grime, you deal with it like a talking man TV. Big up yourself, my boss.
To come up with a design for those traditional growers. Over 9 years, it has been in the pilot stage.
Are you finished, member?
No, I'm finished seeking
with that question.
Yes.
All right.
And just to remind me where I get the list of those new provisions you mentioned of.
With
Printing office?
Yes, with due respect, member, I answered your question. I sat in those discussions week after week after week, and we carved that community arrangement for the traditional worker. We thought about those people in St. Elizabeth that I know, and they don't have all the money. So we said, let them come together and, in fact, use something that is so useful in business, where you have what in fact is a kind of shareholding arrangement. But we all can't find everything, but coming together, and we give it a community, and you can grow up to 10 acres. That is the answer.
So it does not
Member Jackson, yes, that's the answer.
Okay, they have not come into being.
Member Jackson, comfortable? All right.
The other one was where you get it. It's with the printing.
Follow-up as well.
It's with the printing office, and as soon as it comes up, we're going to have it distributed.
Member Gordon?
Yes, it will. It doesn't have to be.
Member Jackson?
It doesn't have to be.
They have
but it will be distributed. Madam Chairman, I'm finished with that question.
Member Gordon, your follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister. You are yet to answer the question about how you reculture your SMEs from trading into more productive use so they can start to earn significant foreign exchange, because the pressure on the foreign exchange via trading is a negative impact on growth. So I'm asking you, is there any consideration or strategy to reculture the SMEs away from the traditional trading?
I must tell you, Member Gordon, I'd love to invite you to the JBDC incubator that we run these through. And the truth is, every time you export, it is trading. I think what you're asking is how many of them are producing to trade. And we're encouraging that production of new products, Jamaican products, that the diaspora wants, but we're also making it easy for them to trade, to export, and that really is the answer. And I answered the thing about the funding from the DBJ as they merge. So that's the cover-up.
I'm going to put the heads 53,000, pages 1 through 21, and 53,000C, page 1.
You don't like that? Put it.
What do you mean?
No, this is not the end of voting.
No capital. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I would like to thank the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce for being with us here today. Thank you very much, Minister Hill and your team.
Thank you, Chairman and members of Parliament.
House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and their team, Permanent Secretary and team. We will now have the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, led by Minister Desmond Mckenzie and Minister of State Delroy Williams. Hold on. I want to talk about your children. I didn't want to run. Where road where you want to Bridgeport?
You want somebody to give some blood clot liquid
Again,
amount of thick. Eh?
Madam,
no man, man, from St. Thomas importing all of this in them. When the James
Madam
Robertson.
Chair, as we
Them
look
have the biggest import license and
as we look to make
Tufton
back
and
up
him
time,
Tufton and him crew.
the protocol that is suggested moving forward is that the opposition spokesperson asks the questions and they will be answered individually. After the opposition spokespersons, the other questions will be taken in batches. All right? We will ask the minister to keep his opening as brief as is possible, and I turn over to you, Chair.
Let's make welcome the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development. Their budget is on pages 72,000, pages 1 through 16. Minister Mckenzie and team, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I want to welcome the team. I want to welcome the team from the Ministry of Local Government. I am joined this afternoon with the Minister of State in the Ministry of Local Government, new Member of Parliament, former Mayor of Kingston, Minister Delroy Williams. Also, the team from the ministry led by my permanent secretary and the other officers. I will forego any remarks at this time in order to expedite the proceeding.
Garvey, your mic is on. Member Nita Garvey, your mic is on.
So, Madam Chair.
So I'm taking Member Nita Garvey's questions first. She is the... Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just go straight into the questions, Minister. And I am starting with the recurrent budget, 72,002, and looking at the reduction in the total recurrent budget from 36.49 billion to 27.9 billion, representing a serious cut. Even though I'm aware ODPM has now moved from your ministry, it still reflects a reduction, and I'm just wondering how you will cope with this massive reduction.
All right, member, a lot of what you've seen reflected in the numbers was as a result of Melissa. So those funds that would no longer be relevant in the new financial year. And that is what speaks for the reduction. And also with the transfer of responsibilities from the Ministry of ODPM to the Office of the Prime Minister.
So they know how the Royal Williams looks so.
That's significant.
And look for genetic modified flower. Look how it look. I look so, boy, I mean, I know. These days, look at Desmond. Look how they look. At the woman's side, look how they look.
Budget for salaries.
I'm going to take a good look on these people, on the screen.
The last round of salary increases was
look how Desmond Mckenzie look.
Ministry of Finance and municipal corporations have had to
no, man, then sitting around.
the gaps.
They look like he's dead. In
fact, many of the programs at the MCs are affected. A lot of them are not able to place critical staff.
They have no parliament to represent them. That is when Mckenzie are walking dead, you know.
And
Yes, it's
begging to
Desmond,
see,
lad.
Minister, why is the ministry really not dealing with local government being such an important part of the governance structure in Jamaica?
I want to set the record straight.
Look at look.
There has been no reduction.
Look nasty, look at them as people in the MP.
The allocation.
Blood clot, Kane Cutter.
What we have here.
Look at Kane Cutter about in the MP. And Kane Desmond Mckenzie we got chop a Appleton Estate. Watch one Desmond boy my MP in a parliament. Eh? Shove all 4 coats for go water and so you mean for go dig but yeah, look on the likes of Desmond. And this a look one here. For your musmus picnic. Your musmus.
What the girl over the girl? You don't see the girl over the sun. What's your mouth?
The mouth look think. It's why the mouth look think. The other one on my back. Mouth look think.
And will be given back. Let me address the
Jesus. Boy, liberate them look insipid. They liberate them look like some drain in a hospital, in a hospital back. No, some drain they just jump and when they buck up in the drain they just turn back. They might turn back drain them. What a blood clot junker shit back there. I them had the drain you buck up and you just change your day. You have to turn back.
Oh my God.
You're not going to sound no nasty people, you're going to sound labor right yard. And then wash plate outside. And the water still swing in the drain and now run and black. See there I make her. The stagnant drain water when I move. Desmond Mckenzie. See there? Stagnant drain water when I go away. See there? Then the drain when they want to back up people house back. And then plate stand. See there I make her. The stagnant blood. Watch it fucker. Eh? Look at this guy. But Siaga beat him and it make him become a better person. Look at the drunk your shit bag. Look at this one, a feather. If you're a musmus, not true. Look at this one like a musmus. And then look a pet rat.
No, I like the other one, man.
Huh?
GMO fall.
A GMO fall.
Given to them for their operations. Now I have been hearing this argument about...
But Ms. Minister, there are approved positions, posts in the poor relief department and so on, which critical positions which they have not been able to fill because they have to be subsidizing the salary increases coming out of the compensation review by the Ministry of Finance. Are you saying that that is not so, Minister? I'm just asking.
Are you making reference to the positions in the municipal corporations, especially in poor relief?
To include poor relief officers and to include programs of work that they have not been able to accomplish because they have had to be subsidizing salaries in the municipal corporations following the compensation review. Funds which should have been sent over by the Ministry of Finance have not been sent to the MCs.
Remember, with all due respects, I want to dismiss it as being mischievous because it is not true. The Ministry of Local Government always, and let me say this, the municipalities, when the new system came into being, we met almost every week at the ministry to discuss the new structure. Every single municipal body accepted what they got, indicated that they are satisfied and that they are in a position to meet their obligation. Now, the Ministry of Local Government has been paying the salaries to the municipal corporations. The municipal corporations, some of them, have gone outside of their approved budget and have employed persons. Let me make it clear. The municipal corporations are self-sufficient. there is almost 21 schemes of revenues that are available to the municipal corporation. The Ministry of Local Government has control over only 3 of those revenue schemes: the parochial revenue fund, property taxes, and trade license. The other source of revenues are used at the discretion of the municipal corporation.
But with all due respect, Minister, I understand you. I understand you clearly. However,
yeah, but I have to make this clear because this argument has been going around now for too long, and I want to dismiss it. I want to dismiss it.
Okay. The only way you can dismiss it, bumble hole, you have to provide evidence. If you have some big dirty dog, look on him. All of your mouth look think like your name shit. Look how your mouth look, like a shit your name. Look how they look. Come with the blood clot evidence, dirty boy. And your Andrew grow in the country about indigent house. And people have to provide land title and this and that. And then can't do no upgrade for the house without them contact or no. And if they can't rent it and they can't pass it to no family member. You want somebody, watch your blood clot dog shit. Provide a bumper clot evidence. You see, when a farm sick pussy, member, you go into prison. Damon Crawford never tell you no. One by one, you're not going to jail. So if you want to farm sick or blood clot and they're mad state, you still have a blood clot get locked up because madman in prison. So you can't stand there. The only thing can save you from going to prison is you're dead. And then the only thing, if in sickness kill him. That's the only thing can save you from going to prison pussy. Your sickness kill you because you look like you're sick. Like somebody have AIDS or something. But you want dismiss. May you remember your thief, brother. A long time my thief, you know. You think I know my thief?
This problem is not just in municipal corporations headed by persons of the opposition as mayors. Your own mayors on your own team are having the same difficulty. And that difficulty, I'm asking that if you are not aware of the full circumstances, I'm suggesting coming out of this standing finance that you take a deeper look at what is happening with the shortfalls, which is
the latitude,
yes.
You know, Minister.
Whole lot minister has responded.
I'm going to move on to the next question.
And it can't be made as a statement of fact if the minister has said it is not the case.
But all I said to him was I was recommending that he takes another look.
Right.
I'm not
just another look.
I'm not suggesting that.
I'm not suggesting that there is any gap.
I'm just suggesting that he takes another look.
Right.
Because of the number of explanations that have come. So I'm moving on to the next question. Minister, as it relates to...
Can I just say this? Can I say this? The ministry did assist the MCs. We made provisions immediately after Melissa, and a substantial amount was provided to carry through because the property tax is one of the schemes that the revenues to pay salaries come from was very low. So let me say this, member. I understand. I was mayor of Kingston for 12 years. I know what it was. but the fact is, and I'm going to say this, and perhaps as a minister, I will have to take some responsibility. The municipalities right across the country must begin to show some level of personal responsibility in how they are administering their affairs. Because if they are doing it the right and proper way, they would be in a position, based on their revenue earning potential, to at least help themselves.
Minister, I tend to disagree with you because the truth is, I believe, and you made a statement, and I am entitled to my own experience as a councillor for 10 years. that the revenue which reaches the municipality just simply isn't enough to carry on the mandate of what is required at the local government level. And that's a fact. And there are many streams you refer to that are just not earning what you are talking about. So when a councillor is given an allocation of an amount of $3 million or so, he's hardly able to repair a road in any substantive way. So our municipal corporations are woefully underfunded. And you and I, who have been councillors, we know that it is woefully underfunding. And I'm not saying it is a result of your leadership, but I am saying that we have not given, and I'm not saying it's as a result of this particular ministry, but we have to do better in terms of how we fund local government to be able to carry on the work required of local government practitioners.
And member, I would not deny for a moment.
Yes.
That especially the existing fee structures need to be addressed. We started that process.
And if you did not do your work, the municipal, they would not do the right thing with them to do. If you never did busy or thief money like Andrew, the municipal, all of them across the island would have to do the right thing. Because there is no way them should get out of hand, you know, come blame, so them have to take some of the blame too. I mean by them have to take some of the blame too. If him did not do for him work, then nobody would need to blame. Exactly. If you did not do your work, who did not do for blame? And because you not do no work, because Andrew only dry up beside him and two no busy a thief. And that, you know, I remember you threaten the democratic process in Jamaica, you know. So I hate you personally, you know. Because you say you will never allow Pnp back in Jamaica, you know. And then I see one whopper gun coming for your constituency, you know. So I pray you, if you have no connection to the gun, then I come in your constituency. Because you threaten the democratic process in Jamaica. Likewise, Andrew. Remember, after you talk out of your mouth, say, you will never allow PNP to come back in Jamaica. Never! Remember, a month after that, a beer gun coming in your constituency. And I feel like you have a connection. I feel like you connect to you. Because you check the democratic process in Jamaica. And then all of a sudden, one shipload of gun come in an industrial water heater. I feel like you have some link to that. Because badness you are dealing with. Because you check the democratic process in Jamaica and then shipload of gun come in your constituency. You have to know you have to have a connection to that. You have to have a connection to that. And we don't hear nothing more about that case there. That case is dead out. That case is dead out. So what you say?
Time ago, which we lift the restrictions. Well, I want to say the restrictions. We approve especially building fees, where we standardize building fees right across the country to bring all the municipalities on the same level when it comes on to building fees. We were reviewing the question of signs and billboards, but we didn't reach anywhere. We are now going to recommence looking at the existing fee structures of the municipalities in order to allow them to, look at increase in the fees, the revenues that they presently have at their disposal.
We are at one on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I'm now at 72,015 social support for the poor. And Minister, I am seeing where that allocation is flat. And that area, I believe, is severely affected. Some of our poor relief regions are really without the adequate number of officers required to do the work. And the provisions for the indoor poor as well. I am not pleased with even the level of nutrition being provided for our indoor poor. What is the plan to stop the gap in this budget to improve the service we offer to our outdoor and indoor poor?
All right, member, I will say to you that the amount allocated could be far more in terms of the services to the poor. We have been getting incremental increases over the years for the infirmaries, for the outdoor poor. We have gotten some money in this year's budget for the construction of indigent housing. I am sure that based on the current situation, we will be approaching the Ministry of Finance in the new financial year for further assistance when it comes on to our poor relief program.
Good to hear that, Minister, because it is
that goes
necessary.
without saying. And we have been meeting with the poor relief officers right across the country to look at the programs, and based on the commitments in terms of building new infirmaries within the new financial year, I would not be too worried about the numbers as I speak right now.
Well, I can only speak to what I see in the books.
Right, and so I'm giving you that assurance.
So I appreciate the fact that you have indicated that there will be a reaching out to the ministry.
Right.
72,009 solid waste management services. Minister, for me, this is an area that is a really sore point, very sore point. And the budget is some $8.5 billion, and that is down from a revised budget of $9.7 billion in the current fiscal year. Most of that cut, $1 billion, is in the area of garbage collection and disposal. Minister, every community, I don't know if there's one in Jamaica that is not struggling with garbage collection. And oddly, me and your friend, but him know who me talking. But it is a genuine problem across Jamaica. And if we are not able to keep our communities clean, our people won't be able to lift their spirits, their moods, their attitude, because your surrounding also determines how you behave. So I'm wondering, Minister, what are we going to be doing to improve garbage collection to our citizenry across Jamaica? One. Two, how is it that to this blessed day, I still cannot get a schedule for garbage collection in any community across the constituency? I would like to know that the management process can take us to a place where if it is only once a week, that the people in Knowledge Housing Scheme can know that on a Wednesday, they can put out the garbage and be sure that the NSWMA will collect and that the dogs won't do what they do.
Member, there is no denying that...
And the rodents.
There's no denying that garbage is not a major problem. But I would not agree with you that there is no community in Jamaica that is not free of garbage. Even in inner city communities, there are clean communities. But you know, member, let me say this. If the country...
No, I said I didn't know of any. So,
no, well,
yeah,
member,
so
member,
maybe
member,
they are.
member,
Yeah.
member, please. And you know, I believe if there is one thing that can unite
Would you
us.
want me to ask all the questions about NSWMA, or would you?
No. I
wasn't
want
finished.
to answer the question about the reduction in the thing. You are seeing a reduction of 1.3 billion, and that is a result of the third supplementary estimate. So when you take that out, but it is important for me to make the point that the National Solid Waste Management Authority have seen an increase in the allocation. I've seen an increase in the allocation. So it is not that we are not providing the resources for public cleansing. And let me say this, and I want to speak to the country because...
But not just with respect, if we are suggesting that the money is there and is adequate...
No, I never say it was adequate.
Well, that's what I was saying when I spoke to the budget.
I'm not saying that it was adequate. But what I'm saying, we have been increasing.
No, I understand that, but I'm not seeing...
On a yearly basis.
We understand that.
And there are times within 2, 3, if there are, say, 2 supplementary budget within the financial year, solid waste would enjoy consideration.
Yes,
right?
but
let me just say this, member. Solid waste is covered from property taxes. Property taxes, and I want to remind this parliament, in 2016, when we took office, we were collecting under $5 billion for property taxes in Jamaica in 2016. Out of that figure, we owed the Jamaica Public Service Company almost $7 billion in streetlights. We were able within 3 years to increase property tax collection to almost $8 billion. And then the following year after, we were able to write off, to pay off the debt of over $7 billion to the Jamaica Public Service Company. And from that, we have been debt-free. Remember, property tax alone is not adequate to meet the needs of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. It is impossible for solid waste alone. Property taxes is what pays the municipal corporation. Over $300 million a month is provided to pay the municipal corporations across the country.
So, Minister, I'm hearing you.
Right.
And I know all of the competing issues that require funding in your ministry. I am, however, at this time, speaking specifically to the cleanliness of our country and how it is that we intend to rectify how dirty some of our communities are. That's really where I am, Minister.
Okay.
And that if it is that we don't have sufficient funding, then we must find a way, separate and apart from what is collected by the local authorities, to be able to fund the garbage collection and disposal. If not, we are going to be back here next year with the communities in the same position, with contractors complaining that they are months behind in payment. And if they are they, Minister, are contractors, because they're still complaining that they're months behind in payment?
That is
contractors are saying from Melissa they're still waiting on payment. So everybody's paid up and everybody is good?
Member.
Then we're not giving you a chance to set it straight.
Member.
We have to should be in.
Member.
Should be in. Should.
Member, I want to say this.
Yeah.
Despite the challenges of the National Solid Waste Management Authority, the organization is at the top of its game as I speak in terms of its credibility and its performance. They have challenges, right? We speak about garbage collection, and let me just give you some figures that would probably help you. The total backlog of garbage collection right across the country is about 218 backlog. It is loads we're talking about, 218 truckloads, backlog. It is the intention of the organization, despite the challenges with Melissa, because solid waste also, because of Melissa, they had to respond island-wide to debris management cleanup right across the country. And I want the country to have an appreciation for the work that they have been doing
Were
in debris
additional funds,
management.
were additional funds allocated for the, were additional
Yes.
funds allocated to
Yes.
the NSWA to
Yes.
assist with
Yes.
the debris
Yes.
management?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Was that at the expense of the regular garbage collection in the country
No,
while
no.
they were doing that?
No, ma'am.
Is it that private contractors were engaged to do this, or were they primarily NSWA trucks?
Private contractors and government trucks, we brought into the system 10 tipper trucks to assist in the debris management cleanup, especially in the 7 most affected parishes. But I was making the point that Christmas season is always the season that more garbage is generated in the country more than anything else. And we saw that last Christmas. It is the intention of the organization to work assiduously to reduce the backlog. There will be an extensive public relations campaign, because if the truth be told, we need to say to Jamaicans that they must also take personal responsibility as to how they dispose of their garbage.
I agree, but we're getting back to the budget, Minister.
No,
as
we're
it
talking
relates
about
to
the budget.
No, man, wait. I don't want us to go too far. And you know, I don't want to be here till 12, so I'm trying to help you along, Minister. Just to ask from the 4.7.
And let me say, there are no outstanding bills owed by the National Solid Waste Management Authority. There are no outstanding bills, no payments.
All right.
That's
so
our
how
rule.
are we planning to erase the backlog? I noticed you had some $4.57 billion on page 72,112, right? I just want to know where, what else, because I'm not seeing any other funding to assist you in clearing the backlog. What is that and where is that? And I'm not seeing any capital budget for you either, Mr. Gordon. Sorry for you.
Remember,
No, go on for you.
there's an overall increase to the National Solid Waste for garbage collection. And we got an additional, in this year's expenditure, we got an additional $3 billion in the new expenditure to assist solid waste.
With clearing the backlog?
For public cleansing.
For public cleansing?
For public cleansing.
Yeah? What page is that?
This is,
the one that missed me.
but I'm telling you, there's this $3 billion within our...
I never see it, so I have to ask you to tell me which page, Minister.
72. So it is, if you go to 7210, you will see a substantial amount that was allocated based on Hurricane Melissa.
You see that? You see that? You see that?
This was what was approved in the estimates of 25-26. It was revised to over $7 billion for Hurricane Melissa and clearance of bills. So when you do the maths and take it out, $3 billion is left for public cleansing. So it is here. So we can send you the schedule if you need it, member.
Yeah.
So you can have a look at it. Okay?
Send me that one, because I'm not able to rectify that at this moment. But I will take a deeper look at it, because I'm not seeing in the. It was supposed to be.
It is there.
So it's not supposed to be there now.
7210.
No, but I'm saying in the current fiscal year, I'm not thinking it would be available.
This is 2627, you know. This is for 2627.
You said 25, 26.
No, did
and
I
that
say
there were
that?
3 million left,
If I say
3
that.
billion left back.
No. I gave what was approved in 25, 26. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then we got an additional amount. It was revised in 25 through the third supplementary estimate. So we got back out of the. Oh, you mean we can't get it back? Just look in the book. Yes, sir?
Are we?
Right? So it is there. Have a look at this. Sure.
Minister, are we planning to purchase any additional crane trucks to assist?
Yes, we are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be speaking some more about that in the sectorial, based on the whole reconstruction that is taking place. There are going to be some involvement, not just for the National Solid Waste Management Authority, but also for the Jamaica Fire Brigade.
Okay. On 72,013, Minister, as it relates to the fire services, the provisions for the fire services really have been cut as well by almost some $100 million. And the hydrant, which I talked about last year, I'm back again with the hydrant rehabilitation program and maintenance program. Despite the growth of the high-rise buildings, I am not seeing where we have improved our hydrant maintenance program.
All right.
And it's very nerve-wracking for many citizens should there be a fire.
Can I respond to that? As of December 31st, there was a total of over 20,000 hydrants across the country. When compared to the 20,151 hydrants at the end of 2024, this shows an increase of 385 or 2% of hydrants across the country. So there has been, in fact, an increase in the number of hydrants across the country.
Talking about the maintenance and rehabilitation,
I'm coming
because
to
of that
also.
number that you already have, Minister. How many are indeed
All right,
working?
so I'm coming to that also. The total number of working hydrants stood at 16,161, or 78% of the amount of hydrants. And this shows an increase of 1,633, or 11%, when compared to 14,000 reported at the end of 2024. It is to be noted that the total of 385 new hydrants were installed in 2025. Now, the maintenance of hydrants have been taking place.
Just on the same matter that you just spoke to, Minister, have we ever done, and I'm going to allow you to finish, but just to finish up a question on fire, have we really done an analysis of how many hydrants we need, given the increased number of buildings that have been going up, certainly in the urban centers?
Yes, it is a part of the whole development approval process, where the assessment has to be done before the approvals are granted. And let me make the point. The inspection is done by the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and it is done to the specification what the brigade asks for is what has to be provided. And I want to give the country the assurance because it was just earlier this week we were discussing with the brigade about the whole question of earthquake and the amount of high-rise buildings going up across the country and the safety features around fire prevention. And I want to give the assurance that the Jamaica Fire Brigade is on top and has been working with the municipal corporations and the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management when it comes on to the installation and inspections of fire hydrants.
I'm not seeing any capital budget for any new fire units, and I'm seeing a reduction in the budget to rehabilitate existing units, from some 135 to $58 million. I'm just wondering why is that, one, and two, for safety gears and equipment for firefighters, how are we improving in that area when we are told by some firemen that 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 have to be using the same air apparatus for breathing?
Minister, colleague, I want again to say how unfortunate that statement was, because let me say this, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this administration since 2016 has provided more resources, equipment to the Jamaica Fire Brigade than any other government has.
So they're not telling. So
and let me say this, please, member, if we look at what was done, breathing apparatus, okay? How much of these we have provided? Bunker
Hey,
gear.
Mr. I love that lady. Hey, I love her one more time.
In 2025.
Hey, I love her one more time. If me love her one, big up herself. What's your name? Nita Garvey. Natalie Nita Garvey. Big up herself if I love her one more time. Boop in her head.
Installation of solar water heaters to wash bunker gears. Face mask.
No, I don't.
If you
no,
look
I don't. No, I don't.
Provisions are made.
So
for
Minister,
this year,
Minister, so
for
it
this
means
year, member, please, please.
No, I'm not helping you, You
please.
have not been sticking to the page and the budget numbers.
Please.
So the minister
please.
is going where you have
The
gone.
one with
You're
the
going into the
in
sectoral debate, and the minister is walking you through elements of the sectoral debate. He won't have to bother to give it again. So he's moved.
I didn't see a report from last year.
So the estimate,
the minister is telling you
the estimates for
from last year. From last year, I read that.
The amount of new things he put in place last year need less maintenance.
But it means therefore, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, with all due respect, allow the minister to finish. I am allowing him. I am allowing him to finish because I will have to say.
Member, the estimates for 26, 27 is required to procure the following equipment: 200 set of bunker gears, structural and bushfire.
I'm not telling about it, man. You see them behavior now, I got ignite the fire and the blood and fire come ready. Look how the woman I deal with them.
45 self-contained apparatus cylinders, 17 million. 4 structural ramps, EMS equipment over 4 million, ADOS material response equipment 21 million. Look,
Minister, against what is required.
The what?
Against what is required. So if we need 1,000 and you provide 10 last year, we still need 990. So with all due respect, the grandstanding not working, Minister, because we know we don't have the equipment that we need. We do not have the equipment that we need.
Can I say
and
to
that
you?
is why we're still struggling. Our fire department still struggles.
Can I say to you, member? Go to page 72,013, and you will see acquisition of firefighting equipment. This is not a bag-of-mouth government. This is a government of performance.
Minister,
when it comes on to responding
you have
to
no
the Jamaica Fire
capital
Brigade.
budget, Minister. You can't buy no new units because all I'm hearing now is a bag of mouth coming from you. And I'm not seeing the money to back up the mouth, Minister. Holy pot chat. Holy pot chat.
Holy pot chat. Hey, let me tell you this bumbuckler Desmond. The chattings now going nowhere pussy. You make Andrew Williams make a turn and big a thief. You make Andrew Williams make a graduate with bachelor and master in a thieving. No, you can't explain now your ministry or the funds spending in your ministry. You can't explain.
And every time he out to talk about how this.
So there's bumbuckler Batman Desmond Mckenzie. And that is why you come on stage and threaten the democratic process in Jamaica. But PNP will never win the next. You know why you never want them to bust out? Cooper, you favor blood clot all cloak in a kitchen corner. Outside kitchen corner. So all dirty cloak where Anansi live in a. Cooper and bumbuckler Desmond like pussy. You need to explain what go on in your ministry. And what you know? We'll take a further look into this guy, you know. Because every time in a parliament, he might run off his mouth and everybody knows that this day gonna come. He might have to go explain how to spend the blood clot money. He never know this day gonna come. So he feel like they send Juliet blood clot, Bigfoot Juliet owners as referee. To see if she can. Juliet, this a game big guy here, you know. This is a blood clot kind of football player yard gate, you know. This is a blood clot big league.
A veteran in this, you know.
Desmond Mckenzie. We are saying you're going to retirement soon. And I go to Horizon or blood clot GP. Go wear pampers and shit up on yourself. Make your body chafe up and rotten off.
You can go to page.
Minister,
it's in the book. It's in the book.
Still insisting that our fire department is woefully lacking in gears and equipment.
30 brand new fire trucks in less than 6 years. Never before in the history of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Never before.
7,214. Can I ask my next question now?
And member Nita Garvey. Member Nita Garvey and Minister.
Minister, all right. Minister, all right.
No, Minister, all right. But Minister is not the only minister
I only have
to present
I only
today.
have 2 questions left. Read the...
No, the answers.
No, I'm not. You're not getting coolly.
Member Nita.
Unless him give it to you. So, Minister, I'm asking
Nita
about
Garvey.
the trucking of water.
Yes.
A serious problem in
Two questions
and
left.
rural development. Rural development is part of the Ministry of Local Government, right? And the same provision for the last 3 years. The Ministry of Water has already indicated that lower than expected rainfall, right, for this year. So I want to know, how can the $104 million serve 14 municipalities to provide this vital service? Most of our municipalities, none of the truck them now work, or one of the truck is working, and I am asking because I represent communities as well, and we suffer for water.
Remember, we'll be working closely with the Minister of Water. The allocation for the trucking of water still remains the same as of last year. We have already started the discussions with the Minister of Water to be a part of that wider drought control situation. We are a part of the council. We sit on the council that deals with the question of drought control and the approach that is to take. We will be providing resources.
If the Minister of Water assists you, that's what you're saying?
No, we do have money. We do have money in this year's budget to provide water, and we can also, turn to the equalization fund to assist us also in doing that. Okay? Already we have been getting requests. From MCs to assist in the trucking of water, and we will be responding in a positive way.
My commendations, Minister, on the long overdue groundbreaking at Alexandra Market. I'm very pleased for the people of those communities.
Thank you.
But there are many others who, they had to be a but, however. But I gave him the props. I gave him his props. But Minister, the market at Ocherius, are you aware that the bathroom facility there has not been working for 2 years?
And that is not true, member.
It's true.
Member.
I'm just asking if you're aware. Because I don't think you know.
Member. Member.
I'm just asking if you're aware.
Member. I'm serious, member. Member.
Member Nita, Minister, Member Nita Garvey, does that conclude your questions? No, she said it was our last question, and I'm making sure.
Yes, for me.
All right, Minister, members, Minister, that is the end of Member Nita Garvey's questions, and you may now respond. Once you have responded to this final question, all other questions.
Blood clot, dinosaur foot girl. You feel load the woman, load the bumbo clot, and say I got bitch. Make him answer a question. That is not your ministry. Why you not allow the man to answer? I nobody now want to talk to you. How would you matter some other decide of him? You want to destroy environment. Eh?
Yeah.
Matter some other a spy in Jamaica, you know? Matter some other a spy in our blood clot country. I send him come plant him in that blood clot, believe. Matter some other. Send him come plant on our island. And destroy our environment.
How many of these things happening in the Caribbean?
You will first document the questions without responding, and you will respond. No, that's it. That's it. That would be it.
Chairman.
Go ahead and respond to
I want to respond to
Garvey's question,
please,
Minister.
Please.
And Minister, after which all other questions, you will take them first, and then you will respond. And Minister, if there is only one government, there is only one set of ministries. So, however
I do dinosaur foot, a seizure she have. You have seizure, man. You suffer from some disability or some complaint, some disorder.
Why is she getting upset? Who's speaking and why is she getting upset?
Raina for I call somebody in Jamaica as my friend fall in Kingston area. And they say when time rain go fall, can't burn up on your toe, you know. So more of you know say if I can't trouble up on her toe, make she so uneasy. Because she uneasy. I know you're uneasy, so.
Reading granny short.
What happened today? Are the wrong man who got prison today uneasy about?
Let's see him.
Are that up on your head? Are corruption up on your head? Through the sentence the wrong man today. The wrong person got jail, so you're uncomfortable in a court in a parliament today.
That bitch.
So where you go take a look more for sleep? The weed from Canada you go smoke, your Andrew go smoke, and just get high. Maybe they made go lift them up, put them in the bed. And they made just control while go sit over them and sleep on the floor. Because them have to take something to sleep at night time, you know. You think she can just go lie down and sleep so? Eh? You think the lady can go in her house and go lie down and sleep like any normal somebody? Your friend, if you see them want to go down and sniff or coke to go sleep. Afraid of themselves, too much wickedness.
Would like to order your questions. There is only one person who is designated as the shadow person who speaks to the ministry. So that's what was said. So then everybody else know their questions. You can't have 10 shadow ministers, 4 shadow ministers, 5 shadow ministers. You can't. No, you can have it, that nothing is wrong with having it. But in terms of its structure, is one person who would bring the questions for that ministry as the person who is a shadow. Please allow me to just finish giving instructions to the minister. Minister, once you have answered all the questions, in the event that you have missed anything or there's any follow-up, critical follow-up, then we will take that at the end. So go ahead, Minister.
I want to respond to the comments made by my colleague about the question of the markets. Just before Minister Clark left, we requested a special allocation from the Ministry of Finance to deal with public sanitary facilities in markets. We got over $100 million to renovate selected, all the municipalities got. I personally went and opened the newly refurbished market in Ocherias, brand new market, brand new toilet facilities. Yes, I went there. So, members, it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Chairman. I've answered the question. Watch me. Hardly a big garbage truck out the floor. Ask Scotty.
But you know, so we're going to Parliament, my viewers and subscribers. You know, really see what going. Desmond go suck out your mama and come out of the Parliament.
He more full of beer mouth again.
Desmond come out, but in threatening the democratic process in Jamaica, you know. But he will never allow PNP to come back. Desmond go nyam out your mama come out of the Parliament. But you know, so we're going to Parliament. Come out of the Parliament, pussy. Now, Mr. It's a blood clot, that mad girl come concert off your mouth now.
Member Smith, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have a question.
Wanna look at this bomber clot, look here. Wanna look here. Look blood clot there.
Chairman, first of all, Chairman, I want to
wanna look at this. Wanna look.
Minister, I think you should be congratulated for your leadership at the ministry. Hold on. Just.
But you look on my Papa show, go on. Look at my Papa show, yeah.
Minister, page 72, P72,002. Right. Chairman, also I just want to congratulate the minister.
Congratulate Desmond, go nyam out your mama. Congratulate Desmond for her.
I read recently
why Desmond Mckenzie not come out of the Parliament?
Was congratulated for satisfactory.
Desmond go nyam out your mama, but boy and come out of the Parliament.
Be congratulated.
Come out of the Parliament, you drunk crow.
It is by the Auditor General. Chairman,
come out of the blood clot Parliament, drunk crow.
I have to ask a question. Member Garvey was asking about municipal corporation.
I don't talk no one to come out. If I don't answer, I'm just handing the resignation and go suck out him and go.
Municipal corporation. My question is, you know, we recently had that change of leadership there, Chairman. My question is, all allocations for councillors at the KSAMC have been late. Several months behind. Every councillor, because I have 3 councillors who are members there, and I used to be a member there for 30
years. It no matter what you want to say, no pussy.
I understand the runnings of the case.
It no matter what you want to say. Desmond suck out your mama and come out of the Parliament.
Allocations to councillors have been late, consistently, and all payments from
suck him because suck out your mama and come out of the Parliament.
Worship the mayor.
He wants somebody dash some hot oil on him blood clot, make him have to jump. Hot oil and 9 bomb board. Come out of the Parliament and go suck out your man and go. You have somebody threatening with democratic process and now you can't and give no account.
Because the money coming from the ministry.
You can't all of a sudden you turn blood clot dummy.
Definitively if that is true, yes or no. That's one question. The second question, Minister.
I mean, if I true, you can't answer. I think get caught in the blood clot trap.
In the public domain.
I want to say, boy, I can't say no. This doesn't make no sense for you as a pussy.
And I want to know what is the ministry's position
Mark Golin,
with the one.
Damon Crawford, you say one by one, them I go to jail, you know. And I really believe say one by one. Them believe me, no.
To get that to be a reality.
I mean, no doubt, say them I got, know them I got blood clot prison. Suck out Desmond and nyam out him and come out of the Parliament.
Let me address those 2 matters. First of all, let me address the latter. The Ministry of Local Government, myself as the Minister, has been engaged, has been a part of the discussions with my colleague, Cabinet Minister Morgan, on the question of the One Road Authority. We have been a part of the discussions, and soon, remember, consultations will be held with all the mayors to up-to-date them on where we are with the question of the One Road Authority. So this is something that we are a part of from the beginning, and we will be engaging the mayors, and then we'll have wider consultations with the municipal corporations. As it relates to the question of allocations to the KSAC, I want to make the point, and this is something that Member Paulwell, please. the funds that are allocated not just to the KSAC, but to all the municipal corporations has to be released when the program, when the MCs are advised that your allocation for the month is $10, you submit a program outlining how that $10 million will be spent. Once that program comes into the ministry, is vetted by the technical department, once it goes through the permanent secretary, it comes to me, and once it reaches my desk, it is signed off, and the funds are lodged to the account of each municipal corporation. There is no need to hold any funds. The funds will be late if the program comes late. So it is not the first I'm hearing this argument, and it is something I've already discussed with the opposition spokesperson. And I know as a fact, if you say to me that during the period of Melissa, there were challenges, yes, because Melissa did set back a lot of payments that were to be made, especially for the parochial revenue fund and for property taxes, and we could not, on a timely basis, about 3 months ago. But we, as I speak, is up to date with all of the payments for PRF to all the municipal corporations across the country. Right? And there are still MCs that have not yet submitted February's request for the release of funds. You touch your
Minister, you continue. But I suggest that we keep the response very concise.
Thank you, sir.
Yes or no? Yes or no, 2 words and we're finished. Because, no, let's
okay, Chairman.
No, let's
okay,
face this
Chairman.
stuff. Years ago, Mr. Siaga made it clear in one of these committees, there's an effort in futility. It doesn't change one thing in this book. So the next time we go on the work. Yes or no, and we're done. Continue. Who is this?
Madam Chair. Put back the way in that chair. What doing there?
Member Russell, can you please and go directly to what's in the estimate of expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Minister, 7,211 community development services, and the first question relates to the human resources of the Social Development Commission, specifically the community development or community development officers, the liaison officers. There is a general feedback on the ground that we don't have enough. Can you speak to the number that is required and where we are, what the vacancy is? So what is required versus what is actually the numbers that are actually employed, and how this budget will address the gap? All right. But his response to this has bearing on. So I will be able to follow up. All right, so that's the first. The second relates to under the same heading relates to community centers, Minister, some of which were damaged by the hurricane, and we're not seeing in the budget. So maybe you can tell us how this will be addressed, because we know it's important for psychosocial health and the other benefits of having these spaces. So if you could speak to that, we'd be appreciative. Thirdly, we have some 775 communities, and from the numbers I saw, we have about 53% with CDCs. And when we're talking about participation and bringing communities together, the CDCs are critical. So we want to hear from you how this budget will allow us to get to the target number of CDCs, and what are the steps that are going to be taken to achieve that. The next one, there's a program which happens every summer, and we're delighted, the Youth Summer Employment Program. So as I looked at the budget, I got a little nervous because I wasn't seeing where the Youth Summer Employment Program was budgeted for.
Member.
Could you please speak to the budget line where this is covered?
Member, yeah. I said before, you're going to confine yourself to this book.
Yeah, man.
You say you don't see it budgeted for. Therefore, it's not here. You don't ask that.
It could be an omission, Chair.
You say it's not budgeted for.
Chair.
Therefore, you can't ask about it.
But
you know, in here.
I didn't see it. I'm asking him. May I ask him to tell me? All right. So.
We need a new chairman.
Dwayne,
come back.
Activity.
We want Dwayne. Come back. We want Dwayne.
Activity 10,005. It includes 27 million for new fire station in Balaclava, which is commendable and welcome. The question, though, Minister, in the Southeast St. Anne constituency, we've had, in the last 2 years, 4 deaths, fire-related deaths. And as you know, there's been some advocacy to have a fire station closer to the communities in Claremont, Alderton, Mackney, because the distance between those communities and the current fire stations in Ochi and St. Anne's Bay far exceeds the 10 minutes, which is the global standard. And so, can you speak to the budgetary provisions for the Claremont fire station, because it is long overdue and badly needed. Yes. Final question in this set relates to markets, just piggybacking on the question asked earlier. We know the damages from hurricane, but we also know that some markets were destroyed by fire or other means, including the Highgate market, the Port Antonio market, Claremont market. Highgate continues to be a major revenue generator, I'm told, because the people continue to pay their fees. So can you update us on the plans for repairs, markets from the hurricane, but also markets, these 2 that were destroyed by fire? I'll stop and await your response.
Very good question. Very good. My mic isn't on.
5 questions.
That was.
Okay, let me respond first of all to the last question that you posed in regards to the fire station. There are lands that were identified as a proposed location for a fire station. There is no provisions or engagement about building a fire station in Claremont. But lands were identified, but there is no discussions along that lines for a fire station in Claremont. The other question about the general repairs for markets, that will come later in my sectoral presentation when I will speak extensively on the government plans as it relates to markets. let me just go back to Balaclava. The amount of the 27 million that you see in the budget is to purchase the land, not to build the station for Balaclava. Okay?
You have already exhausted your time. Member Jackson, you have a question?
No, I'm not finished. The question of YSEP. YSEP is funded directly from the ministry, from PRF, with assistance from the Ministry of Finance. And we have been successfully staging YSEP every year. We did over 10,500 in the last financial year. So YSEP is sure as tomorrow is Saturday. Your next question. We are presently reviewing the structure of the CDCs. We have been meeting with the SDC, looking at the CDCs. So I'm not prepared to say much on that today. As it relates to community centers already, the SDC is presently doing an island-wide assessment on the state of community centers, and that is something that I'll also speak to a lot more in my sectoral presentation. The other one about the SDC and the human resources, there's a structure now that has been newly approved by the Ministry of Finance that will be taking shape shortly as it relates to the SDC. So that's it in regards to your questions.
Member Buchanan?
Yeah, quick
then
follow-up,
Member
Minister.
Shaw. But look here, I'm going to allow all of you to ask all your questions. Minister, make a note of them. We'll answer them right along the line. Member Buchanan from Portland.
Commissioner, you can answer me.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Will I be able to do a follow-up?
Minister, asking you to look at 72,014, that's the page. And it's in relation to water trucking and something you said earlier. Now, my only question for this particular part is for water supply controlled by the parish council, which deals with the roads or the areas that parish council supplies the water. Is there a process for the allocation or requesting the water?
I'll respond.
Yeah, I know. Just no. Yes, thank you. Now, in relation to 72,016, this is the homeless problem and the Portland homeless shelter and the drop-in center. My question to you is that the home in particular still hasn't been staffed, and whether or not that's budgeted for this time around, because that is affecting the next question. And so if you tie it together, what I said earlier about the Mckenzie dilemma, whether or not Mustard Market will be restored in this year because the market affects the enforcement, the ability for the municipality to actually enforce and regulate the town area. So asking what is the timeline for the rebuilding of the Mustard Market, and is there any allocation for the provision of light in the area that is the place that they put the persons to sell in the market, because it's causing an overflow outside. The next question is about maintenance of garbage skips. So I see an item at 72,009. Now, I know that NSWA has made great effort to respond to garbage collection in Portland Eastern, but in the absence of the timely collection, whether or not maintenance of the garbage skips is something contemplated. In relation to 72,010, you made mention of private citizens taking it up on their own initiative to participate in the way how they garbage disposal. Is there any incentive for recycling in relation to the personal responsibility and funding for public education coming through your ministry? And finally, is there a fund or any funding for a national recycling policy that will actually increase or support the NSWA in relation to garbage collection and keeping just our areas clean generally? Thank you.
Member Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, defective streetlights in communities is a source of concern. I'm asking what measures are being put in place to rectify same. And my next question relates to how projects are accessed through the Equalization Fund. Yeah. I've sat in the council for 10 months and wrote a letter. All right, Minister, my third question. I must commend you for the Morant Bay Drop-In Center. You have done a fantastic job there.
Make sure you let go the equalization.
But
now.
I need further to advocate for some bedding and some other materials for the drop-in center. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Member Paulwell.
No, man. No, man, my mic up long time. And I have recognized your promotion from member to commissioner. I would love to, listen, I'm coming back to the garbage collection issue. And I tell Audley, I'm a friend for 15 years. But I've never had to call or contact Audley more. In the Mr. Garden, the man who allow you to get the seat. I've never had to contact him more in the last year about garbage collection. It's not a Melissa issue. It can't be that every week. And to be fair, contacting NSWMA, they respond when I contact them. But it cannot be that as a member of parliament, 2-3 times a week, I have to contact NSWMA to collect garbage. Every part of my constituency, 2-week, 3-week, 4-week garbage truck don't come. Now, you have said you don't owe the contractors money. You have more trucks than you had before. What is the problem with collecting the garbage? What is the problem? No, it's not more garbage. It just can't be. The expectation is that once a week, people garbage must collect. Yes. Once a week, no more than that. And it is consistently not happening in all parts of my constituency and all over the country. And I'm telling you, it has become the biggest, listen, you know the mayor and I have nothing to do with it, so cool your mouth, right? It has become the biggest issue right now that every MP faces, have to deal with garbage collection. And something all right.
You do have that problem.
Minister, Minister, 1 minute. The Open Arms Drop-In Center in my constituency, their budget is 35 million. They've been allocated 4 million by the ministry. There's no other source of funding. Can you just have a look at that for me? And later on, you can update. You don't have to give me a response today, but I'm making a special plea for the Open Arms drop-in center. I know.
Very reasonable, Member Paul. I hope they follow your action as your example. I don't know more. I'm not going there. Mckenzie. I didn't ask Member Fort. We can talk to our colleagues outside.
Oh no. Oh no. We're all colleagues. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Not yet? All right, then I'll wait my turn. I will wait my turn.
Thank you, Chairman.
Who is before me?
Member.
Thank you,
Gordon.
Chairman. Thank you. Minister, I invite you to look at
after the member who is now
page 72,006, subheading local government institutional support. 72,006, subheading local government institutional support. Minister, the 3 strategic laws was introduced in 2016 and should be revised every 4 years after. Can you say when the next revision will be done? 2, the municipalities have been underfunded, and so would you support a proposed 2% allocation of central government budget as a percentage of GDP to assist in ensuring that the services are done? And question number 3, the Attorney General opinion that municipal cooperation could levy on the utilities company encroaching on the roadways. I am wondering if now is the time, Minister, in light of the scarcity of funds, if such institutional support will be forthcoming.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Acting Chairman.
Sorry. Acting Commissioner. Acting Chairman, Commissioner. Chairman, page 72,009 through 10, solid waste.
Yeah, one of the when we are deal with, big up yourself, Winnie.
Give my full endorsement to the concern.
Big up on yourself, man.
Mentioned by member.
Yeah, me think charge up and now. Big up on yourself here.
But Chairman, to Minister, there was a program some time ago. I remember it came up in the last fiscal, I believe, or 2 budget cycle regarding the Riverton City dump and the removal of tires there and some arrangement with the cement company, given the fact that there is a constant ongoing risk, high risk, with the storage and maintaining the storage of the tires at the dump, particularly Riverton City. Could you advise, Minister, what has become of that exercise? Is the removal ongoing, or has it ceased, and why, and what steps are being taken to renew it, if it is such a plan of the ministry? As to the fire brigade, Minister, recently I interacted with the Waterford Fire Station, which is the only one in Portmore, some time ago, and it wasn't working. And when there's a fire in Portmore, very, very densely populated and developing, so much so that people have ambition to name it all kinds of things. In the midst of all of that clamor, there is this gross inadequacy of fire service for the huge number of residents and businesses. Minister, can you advise what is the status of the one fire station in Portmore? And two, what plans, if any, to either develop, expand, or add to a fire station in Portmore to meet the demand of that municipality or whatever it may be chose to be referred to as?
Member
I'm against foolishness.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Chairman.
Thank
you.
I'm going to go to some more of the
appreciate
parliament
that to a
tomorrow, because tomorrow I'm there.
large extent we're going through a
But I
format
want to connect my
because
phone
the
to my
ceiling of the budget
laptop.
is set. And
I
there
want to go in
is
a
hardly
different
any
gear.
likelihood that the numbers are going to
I
change.
really want to go in a different
And
gear.
so the focus would have to be on how
So
can
I'm
we
going to
better
listen. I'm going in a
use
different gear.
the allocations that we're going to vote on. Every
Yeah.
member who has spoken has raised concerns about garbage collection, parochial roads, markets, and other things. I don't believe that any of us in this House escapes the wrath of our constituents for these matters that are assigned
Don't
to
tell me say
local
2 times
government.
come up now. Don't tell me say I come up 2 times. Not 1 time.
Local government, like central government, has its own election. And many times constituents are asking us to assume roles and functions that in our system of government are assigned to the local government representative, democratically elected as we are. And so the ministry has among its objectives effective solid waste management practices and public cleansing. And in the exchanges, the issue was raised about the bad habits of some citizens around garbage disposal. And therefore, it begs the question, which line item has an allocation for us to vote on that will help to achieve the objective of the effective solid waste management? Right? So how are citizens who litter and illegally dump garbage are going to know what those effective practices are in the absence of a sustained public education campaign around the issue? That's my first question. No, which line item for vote will allow the ministry to achieve this objective that is set out at 7201? The next question, I note for purposes of comparison that we have specific activities under activity 11.721, rehabilitation of fire vehicles, activity 11.723, repair of fire station. We have the activity 10.205, rehabilitation and maintenance work, and the activity supports the operation of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. The allocation is for the procurement of cover material for disposal sites, island.
Tio, look more, me come back to your case. Because I really want to show these people something. Saying, and I'm going to remind you something.
Prime Minister, we have been in touch with the Cuban authorities.
Yes.
I've received reports that they have medicines that can be helpful in fighting COVID-19.
Listen to this.
Interferon, right, has been used in 14 other jurisdictions in Asia and Europe, including Spain, I have confirmed that it exists and that they'd be willing to make it available, but it needs a request from you. I'm commending it for your consideration, as it would help to reduce the incidence of infection, or in the event of infection,
we're talking about the
could
Cuban
reduce
and the
the
relationship
severity
with Cuba.
of the infection.
Bring you love and fraternal greetings from the people of Jamaica, who will forever be supporters and friends of the people of Cuba. Today, I salute the strong bonds of friendship which have been forged and shared by the people of Jamaica and the people of Cuba over many centuries. It is certainly not by accident that Jamaica enjoys this special relationship with Cuba.
We have that friendship with Cuba as part of a world alliance of third world nations that are fighting for justice for poor people in the world.
I am extremely pleased that finally our sister and closest neighbor, Cuba, has taken its rightful place around this important table. This celebrated move is a victory for the people of the Americas and symbolizes a clear consensus that Cuba's reintegration in the hemispheric system is a vital step towards development and progress for the region. I commend President Barack Obama and President Raul Castro for their bold and visionary leadership. We look forward to other positive developments, including the lifting of the trade embargo against Cuba. Mr. President, it is obvious that careful thought has been given to the selection of the theme of this summit, prosperity with equity, the challenge of cooperation in the Americas. The Latin American and Caribbean region recorded only modest GDP growth of 2.6% in 2013. In 2012, it was reported that as much as 28.2% of the population in the region was living in poverty, with 11.3% living in extreme poverty or indigence. These indicators must compel us to act with greater urgency. The disparity in the distribution of wealth is evident in the number of persons living without access to basic necessities. Our region's potential for growth and development is negatively impacted by high levels of public debt, unemployment, crime, and violence. We must redouble our international cooperation as a community of the Americas to attain shared prosperity with equity. Jamaica is fully committed to addressing poverty. We have made steady progress in certain areas, including access to health, education, sports, culture, housing, and social security. While we pursue greater levels of economic growth, we have also been implementing a number of programs to protect and empower the most vulnerable, enhance their productive capacities, and improve their well-being. Jamaica urgently seeks legally binding commitments at the upcoming conference in Paris by our parties, December later this year. This is a matter of survival for small island developing states. Jamaica is grateful for the cooperation of our partners as we seek to meet our socio-economic challenges. Mr. President, in this regard, the Petro-Caribbean arrangement offered by the government of Venezuela is one of the finest examples of South-South cooperation and is consistent with our summit theme, prosperity with equity. We wish to use this opportunity to again extend our appreciation to President Maduro for the continued support of Venezuela.
So
Mr. President, we remain concerned over...
Big up yourself, one mama peep on the app. I go and play a 50-odd year out of friendship. Andrew, America use Andrew and this try. What we have with Cuba. Trump use Andrew and this try that. But I go and play something for no where they. Where guy they? This guy. Listen this.
When Andrew Hannes destroyed the 50 years of friendship with Cuban government and lied to the Jamaican people.
Mounting pressure from the Donald Trump administration, Jamaica has ended its medical cooperation program with Cuba. The announcement was made in a release from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Thursday afternoon. The move ends a 5-decade relationship under which healthcare workers from the Spanish-speaking island helped with key gaps in Jamaica's health sector. The release says, quote, "The government of Jamaica has taken the decision to discontinue the current arrangement concerning the deployment of medical professionals in the public health sector by the government of Cuba." The move comes amid intensified pressure on Cuba by the U.S., with other countries in the region also ending their medical cooperation. The ministry says Cuban healthcare workers now in Jamaica may be engaged individually for the remainder of their scheduled tenure, in keeping with the country's labor laws. Joining us now to discuss and react to this developing story.
When Marco Rubio tells Jamaica some of the things that the White House expects from Jamaican with no apology.
Foreign policy priorities and the priorities of our host countries and our nation states that we're partners with. In essence, how that would work, how it has worked in the past, is USAID or some other entity would come into a country and say, this is what we think you need. And then they go out and hire an NGO that maybe are the ones that convinced them that that's what you need. And they give them a bunch of money and they come into the country and they do things. Some of these programs are fine. They're nice things. Other times, not so much. Nonetheless, that's how it used to be. How we want it to be in the future is that our embassies are involved with the host government, our hosts, our partners. And we ask them, what are your needs? And we provide assistance geared towards the needs of the nation states that are hosting us and that we're partnering with. At the end, our partner in Jamaica, our partner all over the world, is the government, it's the host governments, who have a clear vision for the future. And to the extent that our foreign aid can be helpful, it is in furtherance of what the people of your country have elected you to carry out. Here, there are a lot of things you just described. What should our foreign aid be geared towards?
Whenever, nobody never elect Andrew Jones to come turn on puppet for you and Donald Trump. So stop misleading the press. Nobody never elect Andrew Jones to come turn a puppet for you and Donald Trump. No, nobody in Jamaica. Because I'm not talk for the elaborate them. But no sensible people now vote for phone of fuckery. Where you come with. Saying? A beer fuckery no come to Jamaica with, you know. Beer does one whole heap of fuckery. Listen to this guy here again.
Absolutely was an imminent threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
But this is what Iran them say. Listen what Iran them say.
That would be a big disaster for them.
President Trump has not ruled out boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
This is serious. This serious. This more than serious. Eh? Them afraid, man. Them afraid they're not gonna know. Them afraid like a puss. Anyway. What this?
If anyone has ears.
No, I'm not ready for that yet. This moment I'm not here. Listen to no
one wants to fight for Israel. That's all he said. And as soon as he said that, what did I hear? His arm shattered, just like that. A Marine veteran protesting the war in Iran, which to me, it seemed like they're talking about committing ground troops to Iran, which the Iran foreign minister said they're sitting and waiting for U.S. ground troops to come in. A Marine veteran wore his uniform to Capitol Hill to protest the war. And that broken arm, it's probably the loudest broken arm ever recorded on video. A lot of people you're not realizing what's happening. That's the loudest broken arm. It should be in the Guinness Book of Records ever recorded on video. And looking at how it occurred, why it occurred, and what that man said, the Marine veteran, what he said, this will go down in American history as one of the most unique times in war, protests, and American chaos, for lack of better words. Because that's what it is. It's American chaos. You get what I'm saying? Just think about it. A Marine, an American Marine, the tip of the spear, who has probably been to war, protesting at Capitol Hill. And he said, no one wants to fight for Israel. Snap! They broke his arm. This is the America today. No ceasefire. Those are the words coming from the Iranian foreign minister. He said they're not looking for a ceasefire. Iran already have a new leader for the regime that the United States is so-called trying to cripple or so-called destroy. They already have a new leader. You dig what I'm saying? Now, according to Pnp.It, Pnp.It said there would be nothing but death and destruction from the skies over Iran, and there's nothing they could do about it, and the war won't be over until the United States decide it's over. You dig what I'm saying? The Iranian foreign minister also said it's now secret that Iran is being assisted by China, and they also have agreements with Russia, okay, to assist them with things they need. You would imagine that means military weaponry. Now, based on what Pnp.It said about death and destruction from the skies, it's not a secret that Russia makes some of the most accurate surface-to-air missiles on Earth. It's not a secret. Russia. They make some of the most accurate surface-to-air missiles in the world. I don't know about China. They probably have some other shit too. But those are the two superpowers that are assisting Iran in this war. You get what I'm saying? Now, if Iranian foreign minister said, look, we're not looking for a ceasefire, okay, what it means is that this war will be prolonged, no matter what Pnp.It tells people on public national TV. It doesn't matter. And what I'm also getting from the Iranian foreign minister is that they will decide when the war is over, not the United States. Okay? That's it. So we'll see how this play out. I saw it coming that it's going to be a very, very long haul. Now, this brings up another point. Boots on the ground. Whole different ball game. The day I see United States military with boots on the ground in Iran, it's over with. 20 more years, guaranteed. You'll see. Peace. No.
There's a serious, my viewers and subscribers. Serious things. Saying? But we'll continue.
Prime Minister Andrew Holness has announced plans to build a high-security prison in Jamaica. Mr. Holness cites the need for improved facilities due to the current condition of prisons on the island, but a timeline was not given. Currently, Jamaica has 11 correctional facilities, including 6 for males, 1 for females, and 4 for juvenile offenders. These facilities are operated by the Department of Correctional Services on behalf of the Ministry of Justice. But although Jamaica boasts the lowest incarceration rate in the region, Prime Minister Andrew Holness acknowledges that the existing prisons require upgrading.
To ensure that those people who we are currently incarcerating, those very dangerous, high-value criminals, are not able to stay from within the walls of the prison and direct crime outside. So that's where,
so in terms of building prison, that's where our blood-clot Prime Minister office and a direct crime. How you so privileged for you staying at the Prime Minister office and a direct crime?
What do you say?
Say people are staying in a prison, high-level criminal. High-level criminal sitting in the Prime Minister office. High-level criminal, you know, sitting in the Prime Minister office and call the people that him train criminal. Because him they learn off, you know. Because if he need to do good, the people in Jamaica that want to do good too. True. Because him a thief, everybody say, for the Prime Minister thief, he can't thief too. So a blood clot to make Jamaica have so much thief. Because they must say, if you can thief, they must can thief too.
Madam Speaker, a worrying development is this plan we've been hearing a bit about to develop a for-profit prison in Jamaica and to use taxpayers' money to facilitate it. Very little has been disclosed to the public about this plan, other than the government announcing that they've identified 300 acres of land in St. Catherine for a new purpose-built correctional facility via a public-private partnership. And from this public-private partnership, necessarily there has to be a return on investment for the private investors. That's why I say for profit, Prime Minister. In the US, they call this approach.
One point of information, Madam Speaker. The member speaking to, I've been interrupting you, please, but there is no plan or any articulation of any prison for profit, right, to be built, right? With what you have implied, absolutely none. It's misleading the House. You're misleading the House. It's not been said even in jest.
Madam Speaker, I made the point that what we heard is going to happen is there's going to be a public-private partnership to build a new maximum security prison. And I went on to say that from you have a public-private partnership, necessarily the private investors are going to require a return on their investment, which is the profit of which I'm speaking. That's what I said. And all right. Madam Speaker, in the US, well, when you can clarify, but this is what various.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, and I do loathe doing this in the presentation of the Leader of the Opposition, but I believe that the point that the Leader of the Opposition raised to suggest that the government is going to build a prison for profit, which are the words he uttered, is dangerous and misleading and ought to be corrected immediately.
Of course, not plan to build a prison for profit. Of course, not plan to build a prison for profit. Mark Golden now going to talk sitting when a year.
Them start build it already, man.
Prison for profit, you're not going to build it already. Of course not, but when this thing revealed to Jamaican people, you know, can explain to you, can beg with pardon.
The government has never contemplated that. It has never been thought of. It is in no policy of the government. And for the Leader of the Opposition to say that without evidence, without quoting a document, it is dangerous and misleading and has to be dealt with immediately. And I urge the Leader of the Opposition, as I know he is gentleman enough to withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, what we have been told is that this prison is going to be built as a public-private partnership. That's what we've been told. We have never had. It has been, the Minister of State. It has been reported and in the media. A public-private partnership that has been stated publicly by the Minister of State who has responsibility for prisons. My point is, if it's a public-private partnership, that suggests that the private partner is going to be looking to make a return on it. That is why I said what I said. And Madam Speaker, more information and more transparency around what is intended would be welcome, because the way in which it has been brought across so far raises concerns. It's as simple as that. I will move on, Madam Speaker.
You won't just move on. A point of order has been made. If indeed the impression is that the government is building what were your exact words? Probably I should get that from Hanshat, because if you have said it is for profit, then it is wrong, and it is a wrong signal to send. So, Ms. Curtis, can I have what was said from Hanshat?
No, here Andrew have this type of discussion. It is coming. And him are the private investor, you know, and Juliet go build a prison. So the money is staying in the family. But all this I have to tell him, Jamaican people.
Corrupt government cannot liberate the people. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. I do not support corruption. Corruption takes money away from children's education. It deprives hospitals of basic necessities. It means that roads are not fixed. Corruption deepens inequality. It siphons off taxpayers' money to make a few cronies richer with the political connections instead of benefiting the people. This government has been doing everything it can to weaken and undermine the Integrity Commission, which is an institution that I designed as Minister of Justice and brought the legislation to Parliament to fight corruption in this country. I have said it before and I will tell you again, Jamaica cannot move forward without a government built on integrity that embraces principles of good governance in this country.
Rest my case. Until look more from now. Big up on yourself here. Just chat good. And be safe. And stay away from pagan. Word is up here. And stay away from the dirty bungle them here. Yeah, man.
Yeah. D to the R and the X.
Dummy on the beat, so it's a bang.
Oh, them so thief. 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 Tough turn a thief, bombas a thief. Juliet a thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief. Babsy a thief, Harishang a thief. Whole ministry in the party a thief. 1 PM make us a blood clot thief. Be a corruption, all police and soldier thief. Jamaica something wrong. Millions and billions, the whole of them a thief. Now them want raise tax, make the Highland grieve. When the boy look a poor man get the squeeze. We a march to a king's house and black is sweet. 80 million for market me. Then I saw home girl, look a pussy sweet. No bed no in at the hospital. Panic concrete, me see the patient. Them asleep. Them a chop right, them a chop left. 1.4 beef for the bus. Daryl, remember you try thief, put barrel. Kill Diana, stuff sharp man in a barrel. Melissa money come Jamaica pussy will service, so no take and give them. Who no know we nah no us, we nah no. Tough turn a thief, bombas a thief. Juliet a thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief. Babsy a thief, Harishang a thief. Whole ministry in the party a thief. 1 PM make us a blood clot thief. be a corruption. All police and soldier active. Jamaica something wrong. Joe Willis a leader mafia gang for this man, cause sweet Jamaica land. Killer for youths and not take away land. How come so much court up on the island? By up the judge, police and soldier man. The corruption, you and your big foot girl. Dictator, little tyrant. Devil in the flesh, you a demon. Rise up Jamaica from on the slumber. Everything wanna take, we a come back. We alone must switch while we to suffer. Remember the pain of we ancestors. Got blood in our eye, fire in our heart. Head a figure roll, you have it talk. None fight the buckle, all over, lead the rebellion. Ready.